Chapter 1585. Even the black killer snail didn't know that the moment he left Black Blood City, he was doomed to a tragedy. On the Firestone Island, after Wang He left, Han Fei spent half a day healing the foundation damage of all the remaining explorers here. When everyone was healed, Han Fei was almost worshipped as a god. This seemed impossible to them, but Han Fei did it. Han Fei clearly felt that a lot of power of hope had gathered on him. In fact, after the battle last night, Han Fei had gradually felt that the power of hope had increased. It shouldn't be just these people on the Firestone Island, but also some people on the front line. In fact, Han Fei did want to turn all the people on the island who were still growing and training into his believers or subjects. After healing everyone, Han Fei said that he was going to resume cultivation. In fact, Han Fei went to forge the universe to visualize the god-scaring painting. He had healed too many people at once. Although they were only explorers below the advanced level, Han Fei still felt a little overwhelmed. It hadn't been an hour in the outside world. The old turtle reminded him, "Jin Tong is coming to you." With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the marshal's mansion. With a wave of his hand, all kinds of barriers disappeared. Jin Tong appeared in the marshal's mansion and said in a childish voice, "It's been 4 hours since Wang He sent a message. You've consumed a lot of spiritual power. Is it okay?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "I have a way to recover. How's the arrangement of the array on the Forbidden Island? We can only lead people to the grassland. Last time something went wrong with the cage, my master must have wanted to break free. So he disappeared with the entire island. This obviously destroyed the structure of the cage itself, and the island was dragged back in the end. We don't know how to move it." Han Fei sighed slightly. What a pity. If the Forbidden Island could be moved, as long as enough sea demons came to it, Senior Zhao Xianglong would have been able to resist the purple dragon array on his own. Jin Tong naturally knew this. He was delighted when Han Fei proposed to include the Forbidden Island, namely the grassland, in the trap. Others might not know, but Jin Tong knew that the main reason why his palace master was suppressed in the grassland was because he had no energy. If the palace master were to appear in the outside world, he alone would be enough to destroy the entire cage. Han Fei's proposal was very good. If Han Fei could really lure the black killer Snail King over, perhaps he could really provide more energy for the palace master. But Han Fei knew in his heart that the purple dragon array had been recovering all the time. Last time, Zhao Xianglong had not been able to escape. This time he might only have a chance to break out of the cage if he killed dozens of venerable ones. The Jin Tong asked, "Are you sure the Black Killer King will come?" Han Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure. However, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't come, we'll sneak attack him again. I don't believe that if we kill 10 more of them, he will still be able to sit still." Jin Tong narrowed his eyes. "Don't underestimate the Black Killer Snail King. The Black Killer King's projection was defeated, but it didn't mean that he himself had been defeated. I've fought with this person before, and he is indeed very strong, if you measure it by your standards. Maybe he's much stronger than you in all aspects, including strength." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "I know. He's a fake king. Although he didn't become a king, he got some benefits as a king. It's a matter of course that he's strong. I won't fight this person head-on. Anyway, it's all up to you." The Jin Tong, that night, the battle line between humans and sea demons, was surging with people. On the 4th island, the explorer-level battles never stopped from morning to night. More than 50 explorers had died in the battle on both sides. This was the price that Han Fei paid for sneak attacking the sea demon camp yesterday. The sea demons of Black Blood City fought crazily and didn't retreat at all. In addition to the explorers, the Venerable Realm experts were also confronting each other. However, for a whole day, the experts on both sides didn't respond at all. It wasn't until the next night, the moment when Han Fei set off the day before, that Han Fei, who was recovering his spiritual power, suddenly opened his eyes. A day had passed, and the Nine-Palace ruler of fortune could be used again. If he hadn't been waiting for the Nine-Palace ruler of fortune, Han Fei might have taken action a long time ago, because he suspected that the Black Killer Snail King was already here, and everything was going according to his plan. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei couldn't wait to take out the Nine-Palace ruler of fortune and began to calculate. The void indicator began to move. Han Fei didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the calculations seemed to take a little longer this time. However, when the indicator of the Nine-Palace ruler of fortune fell on the word desperate, Han Fei's face changed greatly. What the hell? Desperate already? Is there something wrong with my plan? Has the Black Killer Snail King found something? But that's not right. In this plan of his, he shouldn't fall into a situation where he had a slim chance of survival. Why would there be a desperate situation? However, after this desperate hexagram came out, Han Fei was 100% sure that the Black Killer Snail King had come, and it seemed to have brought a lot of power. It seemed determined to win. The old turtle said, "Do you have to change your luck as soon as possible?" Han Fei nodded. It had to be changed. Once the plan was made, the Black Killer Snail King had already arrived, so there was no reason to stop the plan. Han Fei still had 70 strands of chaotic energy, which he planned to save to continue changing the flow of time in Forge the Universe. However, such an earth-shattering battle, which could easily involve the death of dozens of venerables, was exactly what he needed. It was also a process for him to grow. Han Fei didn't even blink and threw out a wisp of chaotic energy. At first, the hopeless hexagram only moved a little. Han Fei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he saw its strength. However, without hesitation, Han Fei threw out another 2 strands of chaotic energy. The indicator of the Nine-Palace ruler moved again. However, to Han Fei's shock, the indicator still fell on the desperate hexagram. F*CKU. Again. Han Fei stood up with a swish. For the third time, he threw 3 strands of chaotic energy into the Nine-Palace ruler of fortune. The ruler mark of the Nine Palaces fortune ruler rotated again. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Brother, I'm so lucky." Your old mother. Help me change this hopeless situation hexagram." Crack, crack. Crack this time. Han Fei saw that the indicator didn't fall on the desperate hexagram, but on the impermanence hexagram. Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that according to the original hexagram, he was indeed doomed. A hexagram that could put him in such a state could only belong to an expert above the level of a demi-king. Or it could be directly identified as the Black Killer Snail King. The old turtle said, "It seems that you're in a great crisis this time. You spent 6 strands of chaotic energy, but you only changed your luck to above impermanence. In other words, you might be in trouble, but you might be fine. The concept is too vague." Han Fei didn't even think about it. He didn't have any confidence at all. This battle was a big deal. How could he do it without confidence? Therefore, even though he spent 6 strands of chaotic energy, Han Fei still threw another strand of chaotic energy over. It was a pity that the chaotic energy wasn't absorbed after circling around the Nine-Palace ruler of fortune. Instead, a line of gilded words appeared in the air. "Once you become an impermanence, your luck will be immeasurable." Han Fei was speechless. Is that even possible? Once you become an impermanence, you can't change your luck anymore? Swish! After pondering for a moment, Han Fei left Forge the Universe. He couldn't wait to be killed. The change from desperate to impermanence indicated that the consequences of his scheme against the Black Killer Snail King were very serious. A moment later, Han Fei came to the Forbidden Island and ran to Death Valley without saying a word. The golden boy appeared immediately. "Why are you here?" Han Fei said in silence, "To borrow a place in Death Valley." The golden boy. The Jade Girl was also dumbfounded. She stood in the barrier and looked at Han Fei. There were a series of arrays under Han Fei's feet, one layer after another. Also, they were all defense arrays. The golden boy and the jade girl were dumbfounded. The golden boy was puzzled. "Who are you guarding against?" Han Fei said, "The strong always leave some trump cards in reserve. You don't need to know. I'm just leaving some backup plans for myself." The golden boy and the jade girl didn't care. It was just some defense arrays. They didn't care. If Han Fei was really plotting against them, the defense arrays weren't difficult to break. Until they saw Han Fei summon a big octopus and lock it in a defense array. "Little fatty, you stay here until I come to pick you up. You can't leave this place." Little fatty was slightly surprised. "Don't you want me to follow you?" Han Fei said no. The golden boy, on the other hand, felt that something was wrong with Han Fei. He asked, "Are you not sure about the following plan?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, I'm very confident. This battle will definitely hurt the Black Killer Snail King's foundation. I'll make sure that he never dares to invade the Immortal City again." Chapter 1586. After taking care of little fatty, Han Fei told Jintong about it, and the two of them went to their own places. On the Firestone Island, most of the explorers had just recovered their foundation and were consolidating it. Han Fei's voice spread all over the Firestone Island. "Everyone, gather in front of the general's mansion in 10 seconds. Hum, hum, hum. After Han Fei's shout, cultivators and non-cultivators all got up and rushed to the general's mansion. The Firestone Island wasn't that big. It wouldn't take them more than 10 seconds to gather. No matter how slow they were, 3 to 5 seconds would be enough. At this moment, Han Fei stepped on the void and stood in the air about 30 meters high. Seeing that everyone was here, Han Fei said, "Everyone is here. Next, it could be today, or it could be tomorrow. We will fight an unprecedented battle. This battle may change the situation of the Immortal City. This battle will decide your life for the next 100 or even 1,000 years. This battle will let Black Blood City know the terror of the human race." Han Fei's voice was agitated and high-spirited. "Everyone, you are all explorers at least. If you form an army, you will be invincible. I, Han Fei, can't guarantee that I can always lead you in the next battle. I can't guarantee that you will survive this battle, but I can guarantee that you will make Black Blood City tremble in fear and become the pride of the Immortal City. You will grow and become stronger through this battle. The Battle of the Venerables will be fought by me and the Venerables of the Immortal City. And in the Battle of the Explorers, you will become the strongest force of the human race. Now, tell me, are you confident?" "Yes, yes, yes." Countless people looked solemn, their chests rising and falling. Although they didn't know what had happened outside, they knew that they were finally useful. In the past few days, many Venerables had fallen. It was time for the Battle of the Explorers to begin. In the past few days, many Venerables had fallen. It was about time for the war between explorers to begin. This probably meant that the Immortal City and Heishueching were going to start a full-scale war. This probably meant that the Immortal City and Heishueching were going to start a full-scale war. The illusions of mountains and rivers appeared and landed in front of the general's mansion. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone walk into the illusions. I have a small world in my hands, and I can hide you in it. When I release all of you, just kill them for me." Han Fei shouted the word kill coldly. He grinned and said, "I never told you that I'm actually a refiner. As long as you can bring back enough materials, I can refine more divine weapons for you. Apart from the sea-quelling bizarre treasure, I can't refine anything else. Even a superior grade divine weapon is not difficult for me." "Hiss, blacksmith? Oh my God, General Han can forge weapons? Why does Marshal Han know everything? So this is the so-called Heaven's favorite?" Long Shi and the others were all horrified at this moment. A healing grandmaster, a formation grandmaster, a blacksmith grandmaster, and a god of war in this world. How could there be such a super expert who could cultivate all kinds of magic. Others looked at Han Fei's small world in shock. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen someone who could carry a small world with him. Can this thing also be carried on one's body? But was it really okay to enter a small world so casually? Yi Qian said, "The situation is urgent. Efficiency is the most important thing. After entering the small world, don't run around." After that, Yi Qian looked back at Han Fei and walked in first. He needed to preside over the order in the small world. Yi Qian went in, and so did the other venerables. Han Fei glanced at Long Shi and said, "Your spear was destroyed, so I made a new one for you." Swish, a purple spear with a sharp saber light on its body and astonishing armor-piercing power stabbed right in front of Long Shi. She was stunned for a while and looked at Han Fei in surprise. In fact, she had a backup weapon, but the quality was not so good. But at this moment, the weapon that Han Fei casually threw out had reached the level of a high-quality divine weapon. This was already commendable. Not all junior venerables could have it. Hiss! She immediately took a breath and bowed to Han Fei. "Thank you for the spear, General Han." Okay. When all the venerable powerhouses entered the sea-quelling painting, all the explorers quickly formed a formation and entered the sea-quelling painting. After a moment, on the floating island in the sea-quelling painting. "Wow, is this a fairyland on Earth? There are small fish here, and they are only fishers. Wow. Everyone, look, this is a huge garden. What kind of fruits are growing on it? It doesn't look like there is any spiritual energy." Someone exclaimed, "Look, this island is floating in the air. It's flying in the sky." Someone was shocked. "There's not even a gust of wind here." For a moment, countless explorers were stunned. Compared to the environment they lived in, the environment in the sea-quelling painting was indeed like a fairyland on Earth. In terms of scenery, this cage was naturally incomparable to the beauty of the scenery. But this was only because they hadn't been to the outside world. If these people went to the outside world, even if they went to a village, they would be shocked and feel as if they had gone to heaven on Earth. Not only these explorers, but even the venerables such as Long Shi were also amazed. Did the outside world look like this? It was so comfortable where there was no gust of wind. Suddenly, Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky. "All venerables, select all the half-venerables in your teams. During the battle, the venerables will not participate in the battle of the explorers. The half-venerables must play a leading role and cooperate with each other to fight together." All the venerables clasped their fists. Yes, General Han. They knew that a war was about to break out. Of course, this was not the time to marvel at how good an island was. The human battlefront, the first island. Jin Tong stood in the void, looking up at the sky, as if he was resting with his eyes closed. The human battlefront, the sixth island. Lu Yuntian and Wang He were together. There was a challenge from the front, but the two ignored it. Qin Mo was meeting a guest. The guest was just an immortal, wearing a black robe and exuding a strong death aura, so he didn't attract anyone's attention. Wang He also said, "Old Lu, now the battlefront on both sides seems to be a bit fierce. It is said that the 7 major islands are all at war. More than 50 explorers are dying every day. When will this end?" Lu Yuntian glanced at Wang He and said lightly, "Although I don't like Han Fei, this person is indeed capable. I think the next great battle might be just around the corner." Wang He nodded slightly. "It should be." Wang He sneered in his heart. "It shouldn't be long before the king arrives in person. Han Fei's plan would inevitably fail, and he might even die. And he had to find an excuse to escape. Once something happened to Han Fei, he would definitely be exposed. After all, Lu Yuntian only told him about sneaking into the sea demon camp. Lu Yuntian was not a fool. He would definitely suspect him immediately. On the other side, the immortal next to Qin Mo said leisurely, "Wang He is of no value now. It's time to kill him." Qin Mo's eyes lit up. "Oh, The Black Killer Snail King is already here? Han Fei chuckled. Let's see if he's here or not. Qin and Mo smiled faintly. Okay, I'll wait for you to fight. Black Blood City. Under the arrangement of the Black Killer Snail King, there were a total of 5 demi-kings outside the Immortal City. Originally, there were only 4 demi-kings. The demi-kings were distributed in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th camps. The 4th island had 2 demi-kings, which was completely arranged according to the human islands. However, this time, Wang He's intelligence transmission led to the arrangement of 3 demi-kings behind the 1st and 2nd camps. The demi-kings in the 4th and 6th camps were still just restraining the human demi-kings. And the 7th camp had no demi-kings at all. There were only 3 peak-level venerables guarding it. The rest were 3 advanced venerables, 5 mid-level venerables, and 7 beginner venerables, for a total of 18 venerables. After all, there were 7 camps within 800,000 kilometers of the sea, and each camp was only 100,000 kilometers apart. Normal internal assistance could arrive quickly. In particular, the Black Killer Snail King thought that Han Fei must have set a trap. Therefore, he planned to kill Han Fei as soon as the teleportation array was activated. Then he would directly kill Han Fei from the 1st camp to the 1st island of the Immortal City. In terms of thinking, Han Fei and the Black Killer Snail King were exactly the same. However, the Black Killer Snail King was on the 1st island, and Han Fei was on the 7th island. The distance between them was about 700,000 kilometers. At this moment, Han Fei was quietly approaching the 7th camp of the Sea Demons. Although the Black Killer Snail King knew that Han Fei was a black fog in this vast sea where the void was full of cracks, who could really find a small mass of black fog. As he swam, the old turtle said, "There's no turning back now that this battle has begun. I'm afraid the arrays you set up can't stop the Black Killer Snail King." Han Fei said with a smile, "I'm not trying to stop him. This time, let's see which side is faster." After half an hour, Han Fei quietly found the 7th camp of the Sea Demons. Not close to the 7th camp, Han Fei quietly buried a relatively crude teleportation array and quickly sneaked into the hinterland of an undersea mountain range. Outside, the explorers were clamoring outside. A peak-level venerable and many beginner venerables were guarding outside. In the mountain range, Han Fei found the mansion of a middle-level venerable. Because they were all blocked by seals, Han Fei had to break the seals before he killed the venerables. But Han Fei didn't panic at all. These seals were no different from not having any for him. Han Fei, who was in a black fog, didn't need to breathe. He knew that once he slashed out, the venerable would die, and the war would begin. At that time, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. However, Han Fei didn't regret it. If he wanted to reverse the weak image of the Immortal City in the eyes of the Black Blood City and make the Black Blood City completely unable to suppress human beings, he had to make this slash. Swish! At that moment, the silver light broke the mountains, and the flesh was torn apart. Above the sky, thunder rumbled, cracks appeared, and blood rained. The war began. Chapter 1587. 10 years ago, in Han Fei's eyes, a venerable was unparalleled in the world. A venerable could overturn mountains and fill seas, fly underground and be omnipotent. Millions of venerables would die when they were angry. These were all sensational rumors. Now that he thought about it, they were just SOSO. Han Fei killed a venerable so easily. He didn't even have to consider whether he had a chance to be reborn from a single drop of blood. If the other party's great path wasn't so special, the so-called rebirth from a single drop of blood would be meaningless. Just like the immortal seal in the past, when one reached this realm, one would realize that the so-called immortality was actually a relative term. Strong masters could kill you directly, but couldn't they kill you after you were reborn? Han Fei killed a mid-level venerable with a single slash. At this moment, the illusion of mountains and rivers unfolded directly in the hinterland of the mountain range. At this moment, Yi Qian led the team out. More than 20 venerables came out at the same time. This number was really terrifying. In fact, when Yi Qian and the others came out, they found that a group of black shadows came out first. Yi Qian and the others were very shocked. It turned out that they were not the only ones in Han Fei's small world. The Nether, who had been hiding in the rear and had cultivated the king's great path, was also here. At this moment, the Nether led 3 advanced venerables and another 11 middle-level venerables, and suddenly appeared, shocking everyone. The moment Han Fei made a move, the other party's peak-level venerable had already rushed over. However, when an illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and when the Nether Great Venerable showed up, the first thing the sea demon did was flee. He knew that at this time, as many as he could run away. Obviously, Han Fei's group didn't play by the rules at all. After all, they also had a communication conch. The peak-level venerable immediately shouted, "Everyone run!" This was his first sentence. Before he could finish his second sentence, he was already shrouded by a dead aura. It was as if a pair of big hands stretched out from the depths of hell, instantly annihilating the voice and crushing the void. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone kill! Kill all the venerables here!" With the experience from the last time, this time Long Shi and the others rushed to the nearby sea demon camps frantically, specifically hunting those junior venerables. There were only 18 sea demons in total. Yu Ming, Yi Qian, and the 3 high-rank venerable realm undyings that Yi Qian brought with her would find one. Han Fei and the other 11 mid-level venerables dispersed and attacked separately. On Han Fei's side, including himself, there were as many as 22 venerables. Now, with the addition of the 15 people that Nether had brought, whether it was in terms of cultivation realm or strength, they could completely suppress the venerable ones in the sea demon camp. On the front-line battlefield, the supremacies who were watching the battle immediately burned their blood and fled. Those Tao-seeking state, sea demons, still didn't know what was going on. First, a supremacy fell. Then, the supremacy on their side ran away. Running away without saying anything? What was the meaning of this? 1 breath, 2 breaths. On the 3rd breath, another terrifying crack appeared in the sky, and another supremacy fell. This was because there were only 3 venerables supervising the battle at the front line. One was an initial stage Exalt Realm expert. One was an intermediate stage Exalt Realm expert, and the last was a high stage Exalt Realm expert. On the 7th island, Han Fei had already made preparations. When he came here, he used a teleportation array. Han Fei needed to clear the front line and send in the army of human explorers. At this moment, the white mist found the high-level venerable realm sea demon, and the black mist directly slashed the initial stage venerable. When the initial stage venerable died, he didn't even know how he died. All he knew was that at the last moment he couldn't do anything, and even his soul was restricted. In the first camp of sea demons, the Black Killer Snail King and a group of venerables had already hidden in the dark, waiting for Han Fei to appear. What made the Black Killer Snail King uneasy was Han Fei, because Han Fei's cultivation speed was too fast and too strong. As long as Han Fei died, with the nature of the Immortal City, the situation would immediately fall to the Black Blood City's side without much fighting. However, the Black Killer Snail King had been here for a long time, but there was still no movement from the teleportation array. Because the first island was controlled by the Immortals, the people on the front line didn't fight as fiercely as on the living islands, but they never stopped. Just when the Black Killer Snail King thought Han Fei didn't carry out the sneak attack plan and might have to wait, all of a sudden, the Black Killer Snail King looked up at the sky. With a rumbling sound, a red crack appeared. The blood-colored rain that hadn't stopped in the past few days grew heavier again. The Black Killer Snail King scanned the area with its senses, but still couldn't find anything. Where did someone die? At this moment, the Black Killer Snail King couldn't stop its vigorous killing intent anymore. Even if the Black Killer Snail King was an idiot, It knew that it had been tricked. Han Fei, the bastard, must have taken action. Knew. Sure enough, after 2 seconds, a voice came from the communication snail. King, Han Fei and Netherworld have led a large number of venerables to sneak attack the 7th camp. We can't hold on any longer. Boom! Boom! Huh! The Black Killer Snail King was infuriated. It was tricked by Han Fei. Someone's expression changed greatly. Not good, my king. Wang He has been exposed. Someone said, King, the 7th island is not far away. Let's go there quickly. But someone immediately said, No, only my king can reach the 7th island in 10 seconds. We can't let my king go to the dangerous place alone. The Black Killer Snail King shouted in a low voice, We can't delay. Han Fei has been waiting for us to launch a sneak attack from there. In this case, follow me and slaughter the 1st island of the Immortal City. On the 7th island, Han Fei killed the mid-level venerable again and stuffed them into Forge the Universe. While absorbing the souls of these 2 people, Han Fei stepped on the sea, reflecting the illusions of mountains and rivers. Han Fei said, Everyone attack and wipe out all the sea demons on the battlefield of the 7th island. Don't go to other battlefields. After this battle is won, immediately return to the front and wait for Lu Yuntian to take you in. Since yesterday, the 7 camps of sea demons had been sending more troops. Originally, there were only 200,000 sea demons in a place like the 7th camp, but many of them were at the sea, spirit realm, and the sea demon realm. In just one day, the number had soared to 300,000. Among them, there were many big conches, and the number of explorers had reached 100,000. Of course, among these explorers, there were also a lot of marine creatures. This was the usual tactic of the sea demons. They would push countless sea creatures into the battlefield, forcing them to fight whether they wanted to or not. The reason why Han Fei left all the explorers was to fight a battle of annihilation. How could it be easy to annihilate 100,000 explorers? In the entire Yin-Yang sky and the Waterwood sky, whether human beings or sea demons, how many explorers could there be? The outside world was not a cage. Explorers were everywhere here, which was really rare in the outside world. Han Fei pondered. The 7th island and the home defense line. First of all, those marine creatures would definitely run away. After all, they were not an army. They were definitely not as efficient and united as the human side. This was the manpower that Han Fei could mobilize on the 7th island. After all, the entire Immortal City could be said to be divided into 7 battlefields. And the 7th battlefield, which had been cleaned up by Han Fei and the Netherworld, would be the safest battlefield. And the Undying on the 7th battlefield, after seeing Han Fei airdrop, 300,000 people immediately roared, All troops attack! In fact, the Undying on the entire 7th island had already begun to gather at full speed on the 6th island when the first Undying died and began to fight. Wang He, who was guarding the 6th island with Lu Yuntian, suddenly saw the crack in the sky and was a little stunned. He was overjoyed at first. Then he heard Qin Mo's voice. Don't look. It's the 7th island that died. Wang He suddenly turned around, only to see that Lu Yuntian and Qin Mo were looking at him quietly. At that moment, Wang He knew that he was exposed and that he was doomed. According to Han Fei and Jin Tong's original plan, the 7th island would be cleaned up as soon as possible. If the Black Killer Snail really came to the 7th island, there would be backup waiting for them. When Zhu happened to be in the formation, at this moment, the 300,000 troops airdropped, but when they rushed out of the void, there were still enemies in all directions. Kill! At that moment, the 300,000 troops were aggressive and their battle cries shook the sky. This was their first battle after so many years of illness. This was a battle that would determine the fate of the Undying City, so they couldn't be careless. For a moment, the sky was full of light and shadows, and the waves surged and then were blown away. Thousands of kilometers away, the waves were surging, and some were still in the sky, but the lower half had been beaten away. Han Fei's white mist body was fighting a mermaid. Han Fei had never known why the mermaids stayed in this barbarian land. By rights, there shouldn't be any mermaids on the Yin-Yang heaven and the Waterwood heaven. Or rather, these mermaids were only left from the ancient times. The mermaids were born to control water and condense ice. During the battle with Han Fei, the surrounding air, seawater, and even energy became very cold. Fortunately, Han Fei's white mist body was a special form of existence. Besides, Little White wasn't afraid of the cold at all, so Han Fei didn't feel very cold. At this moment, the mermaid was roaring, "Han Fei, my king is here. No matter how proud you are, you can't escape death in the end." Boom! Another red crack appeared in the sky, which meant that another sea demon had fallen. It had been 5 minutes since he and the others raided the 7th island, and 5 sea demons had fallen. This time, Han Fei felt that the other's speed was not bad. Although he had brought more than 30 sea demons, as the old turtle said, he couldn't expect everyone to be as fast as him. Therefore, it was already not bad that they could kill 3 sea demons in 5 minutes. The more sea demons they killed, the smoother the battle would be. Han Fei sneered at the mermaid. As a dignified mermaid, how dare you degrade yourself and humble yourself to a black conch? Do you deserve to be called a mermaid? As for the Black Killer Snail King, let's wait until he finds me. As he spoke, the blade purgatory was completed. Han Fei drew his knife from the void and continued to fight with the mermaid with the sacrificing punch. Chapter 1588. Boom! This was already the 9th crack that appeared in the sky. Han Fei couldn't tell if his family was among them. However, Han Fei was sure that the Black Killer Snail King didn't come. According to Jintong, according to the speed of the fake king, the distance of 700,000 kilometers couldn't be covered in less than 10 seconds. And now it happened to be the 10th second. Rip! Han Fei cut off the vitality of the venerable mermaid in front of him. His soul power had been replenished, and his strength had returned to the peak. Boom! The 10th venerable mermaid died. The downpour was as red as blood, which was enough to prove how terrifying this hunt was and how many people were killed in this hunt. When Han Fei returned, he learned that of the 10 venerables that had just died, 3 were killed by him, and 5 were killed by human beings. On the other hand, the enemy's peak venerable seemed to have perished together with the 2 high-rank venerable undyings. When Han Fei returned, Netherworld happened to tear apart the peak-level venerable who was fighting him. Han Fei attacked without hesitation. Worlds and near at hand. Coming to Netherworld's battlefield, Han Fei shouted, "This place is forbidden!" So, Netherworld and Han Fei attacked at the same time and killed another venerable mermaid. Netherworld glanced at Han Fei. The Black Killer Snail King didn't come. While talking, Netherworld charged at the sea demon, Venerable, who was fighting Yi Qian. At the same time, he pushed a large amount of death energy toward an advanced Venerable. Han Fei remembered that just now the 3 advanced Venerables surrounded a peak-level Venerable. As a result, a peak-level Venerable died, and 2 of the 3 advanced Venerables were killed and 1 was seriously injured. Han Fei responded, "It's okay, but we have to finish this battle as soon as possible." Yi Qian shouted, "That's fast enough. Go help the others." When Yi Qian shouted, Han Fei had already charged out. Han Fei didn't know what the situation was like on the Black Killer Snail King's side. However, since the Black Killer Snail King didn't come, it meant that it had gone to the first island of the Immortal City. If he were the Black Killer Snail King, he would do the same. Therefore, Han Fei had prepared a trap on the first island. But it was hard to say whether it could trap people or not. Boom! As if it were daily thunder, red cracks appeared in the sky one after another. But this time, it wasn't only the 7th camp that had fallen. This meant that the battle with the Black Killer Snail had officially begun. Boom! 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 In the span of 5 breaths, there were 4 consecutive explosions. apart from the seventh island that lost another rudimentary, venerable one. The people on the first island were falling faster. Suddenly, Han Fei noticed that one of the cracks was extremely shallow. This scene shocked Han Fei. On the other side of Life and Death Gorge, Old Sheep made his move. A moment ago, in the Life and Death Gorge battlefield, the old goat stood behind the valley and looked up at the sky. All of a sudden, the old goat was shaken. It deduced that a supreme expert had fallen, just as the old goat gathered everyone and was about to give the order to attack. 5 of them died in a short span of 5 breaths. The changes in the sky were reflected from the human battlefront to the Life and Death Gorge. At this moment, Old Sheep knew that Han Fei's side must be fighting fiercely. Old Goat shouted, "All the venerables of Myriad Beast Island, kill them! Let's go to Black Blood City and see what it looks like." While shouting, the old goat stepped on a cloud and rushed into the Life and Death Gorge. Beside the old goat, the giant bear roared, the fierce tiger roared, the flood dragon danced, and the Qilin rushed forward. Kill them! Die, the fish and shrimps of Black Blood City. In the ball cage, the demon beasts are invincible, roar. On the opposite side of the Life and Death Gorge, 6 demi-kings blocked the way, ready to attack. However, when they saw a 9-tailed white fox, they were all shocked. A sea demon demi-king roared. Anyone below the venerable level, return to the city. Peak level venerable, come forward. The 9th king is back. The 6 demi-kings were all panicked when they saw the demon-beast alliance's charging stance. At that moment, these demi-kings guessed that the human beings and the demon-beast alliance had reached an agreement. Both sides attacked at the same time, intending to suppress Black Blood City. Different from the human battlefront in the Immortal City, as soon as the beasts attacked, there were hundreds of them. In just 200,000 kilometers, as many as 160 of them were attacking. 12 who the hell would be able to withstand this? Even though the Black Killer Snail King had sent more people to the Life and Death Gorge, they were still inferior to the Demon Beast Alliance in terms of the number of venerables. Moreover, the Demon Beast Alliance also had a false king. This was the biggest variable on the battlefield. Otherwise, they could have fought this battle. At this moment, battles broke out in 3 places, one after another. On the first island, the Black Killer Snail King led an army with a total of 58 venerables. What did that mean? A demi-king led 58 venerables to charge into the Immortal City. No matter how powerful Golden Boy was, he was no match for them. Therefore, more than 30 venerables far away in the Immortal City all came out. Among them, Netherworld brought 15 venerables to Han Fei's side. The rest were all taken away by Golden Boy. Among them, the peak-level venerables were all taken away by Golden Boy. As for the 7 major islands, except for the first island and the 7th island, all went to war in order to stall the enemy. In fact, both sides had the same idea. Now, it was a competition between the first island and the 7th island. Which side was more ruthless and capable of killing? 20 seconds passed, and the cracks in the sky didn't stop at all. Because of Han Fei, all the beginner venerables and intermediate venerables of the 7th camp were killed, leaving only 1 peak-level venerable and 1 advanced venerable struggling. However, their struggle was destined to be in vain. Including Han Fei, there were 2 demi-kings, 1 peak-level venerable, 3 advanced venerables, 15 intermediate venerables, and 16 beginner venerables. Han Fei attacked very aggressively and killed 16 venerables in a row. Even on his side, many venerables had been seriously injured. But the sky cracks appeared as many as 32 times. Among them, a total of 19 people died in the 7th soul realm. On the human side, in addition to the 2 immortals who died, a beginner venerable and a seed demon venerable died together. So, where did the other 13 venerables who died come from? Han Fei didn't know. After all, too many people died, to the point that it was impossible to distinguish the weather, when there were only 2 sea demons left in the 7th camp. Yi Qian, Han Fei, and Netherworld joined forces and quickly killed the last two peak-level venerables. Han Fei shouted, "Netherworld, I'll take my people to the first island. Here, follow the original plan." Netherworld was blocking the void. Hearing Han Fei's words, he said, "Okay, you don't have enough manpower on your side, do you?" Han Fei said, almost, "It's okay." Then Han Fei shouted, "Everyone return to your positions and follow me to support the first island." With Han Fei's help, Long Shi and the others quickly killed several venerables. The entire seventh camp had been swept by the human side, and they had long been gathering in Han Fei's place. Han Fei glanced at them and found that although they were seriously injured, they didn't have the time to save them at this moment. Han Fei stretched out his hand and drew an array in the void. At the same time, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Han Fei said, "The seriously injured fight next time. Don't come out until I call you." Boom! The seventh camp had been swept, but there were still venerables dying in the sky. 30 breaths of time had passed since the start of the battle, but 39 venerables had fallen. At this time, Han Fei couldn't tell how many venerables had died on the first island. How many people had died on the Life and Death Gorge? In short, this battle had just begun. Many ordinary people in the cage were probably stunned. The first island. When the Black Killer Snail King came here, there were 59 venerables in total, including the Black Killer Snail King. Therefore, when the first venerable died, all the people on the first island, including those below the venerable realm, had begun to evacuate. This was Han Fei's purpose. He wanted to make use of the time difference. When the Black Killer Snail King arrived, most of the people on the first island had evacuated. Some immortals were taking teleportation arrays to evacuate. However, the Black Killer Snail King would never give them a chance. Its aura descended. In an instant, hundreds of immortals were crushed. The Golden Boy led 30 people and had been waiting in front of the battle array. The Black Killer Snail King paused and shouted, "Immortal Golden Boy, do you think you can stop me?" Holding the black, dragon-subduing rod, the Golden Boy pointed at the Black Killer Snail King. "There will be a battle between the Black Blood City and the Immortal City. Can I stop you? I don't know, but I know that you've lost this battle." "Ha ha ha. I lost? Do you think you can beat me by cooperating with that kid Han Fei? You just took down the 7th camp. Then I'll sweep all the way from the first island. Kill." Every second counted in a battle. The Black Killer Snail King wouldn't be stupid enough to talk nonsense with the Golden Boy here. The slower he was, the greater the loss of the Sea Demon camp would be. He knew that today's battle was Han Fei's idea. Those who dared to risk their lives and ignore the lives of others must have seen life and death and were bold. Besides, such a battle hadn't happened in the Wall of Death for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Han Fei was obviously exchanging kills with him. This kind of fighting style was simply a fighting style that would cause both sides to suffer. The Black Killer Snail King was confident that the 30 venerables, led by the Golden Boy, were no match for him. When the Black Killer Snail King and the Golden Boy fought, no half-king stopped them. 9 immortals at the peak stage of the Venerable Realm fought head-on against a half-king super expert. This was the maximum force that the Immortal City could mobilize. The only half-king in the rear was on Han Fei's side. When the Golden Boy and the peak stage venerables all attacked, the remaining immortals and human venerables scattered to fight their own battles. In the first battle, Han Fei's side would definitely win, but here they could only fight with their lives. Chapter 1589. A battle between pseudo-monarchs would cause too much of a commotion and be too tyrannical. However, the Black Killer Snail King didn't care. After all, this was not his territory. Therefore, on the battlefield outside the first island, the teleportation arrays everywhere collapsed under the impact of the huge energy. But even so, no one except the demi-kings and peak-level venerables could withstand the battle between pseudo-kings. Therefore, the battle arrays had been divided into different areas. Without the 9 peak-level venerables, there were only 29 people on the first island, including the 9 who were originally guarding the island and Jean Tong himself, facing a total of 59 venerables from Black Blood City, including 8 peak-level venerables. This battle was just like the sea demons in the 7th camp. They couldn't win at all. Therefore, after only one collision, some immortals died in the second. In the 10th second, 8 immortals had died on the spot. If Han Fei could observe the situation on both sides of the battlefield, he would know that when the battle in the 7th camp was about to end, the crack of the Way of Heaven that killed 7 venerables came from the Life and Death Gorge. However, the battle was so chaotic that no one paid attention to these details anymore. With Han Fei's ability, he could directly teleport 800,000 kilometers, which was something he could do when he was only a demi-king. As for now, with the help of the Tao patterns, he could even teleport as far as 4 million kilometers. Of course, that would cost a lot. If he wanted to teleport in batches, he couldn't do it alone. At this moment, the teleportation array on the first island was opened. When Han Fei walked out of the void, the place had become a ruin. The Black Killer Snail King and Jean Tong were fighting in the sky. 9 peak-level venerables were holding up 2 demi-king powerhouses. However, the opponent's peak-level venerables were slaughtering the immortals. Han Fei also knew how many people Jean Tong had brought. Jean Tong and 39 others were all immortals. Han Fei knew that as long as the Black Killer Snail King didn't go to the 7th camp to find him, the first camp would definitely suffer heavy losses. Judging from the current situation, Han Fei could sense that there were a total of 22 immortals on the human side, including Jean Tong. On the Black Blood City side, there were as many as 53 immortals, including the Black Killer Snail King. In other words, Black Blood City had killed 17 immortals in a row. Black Blood City, on the other hand, had only lost 6 people. According to this ratio, this kind of killing speed was almost equal to the entire 7th camp of sea demons. According to this way of death, as long as these people were given another 10 or 20 minutes, the advantage that Han Fei had accumulated from killing before would be gone in an instant. However, Han Fei's arrival also attracted the Black Killer Snail King's attention. The old turtle said in Han Fei's heart, "Han Fei, boy, do you have to fight against this Black Snail King? Why didn't you bring a half-king and a peak stage venerable with you? Why did you leave them in the 7th camp? Now, there are so many peak stage venerable ones here. How are you going to fight them?" Han Fei's lips twitched. "Old Yuan, what do you think of my luck?" The old turtle said, "You have providence on you, but it doesn't mean that you can withdraw from this situation. With your strength, you can only resist 3 peak venerable ones at most, and no more. Look, how many peak stage venerable ones are here? 8. As soon as the old turtle finished his thought, the Black Killer Snail's voice came rolling over. "Kill Han Fei. Black Blood City will win this battle." Bam! 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 At this moment, Han Fei stepped on a series of steps. He didn't move, but arrays big and small surrounded Han Fei like a machine gun. Han Fei said, "Big Black Killer Snail, it seems that you really don't want your Black Blood City anymore, do you?" Hearing Han Fei's words, the Black Killer Snail King looked awful. Needless to say, many people had actually noticed it. Because some of the cracks were too shallow and they were reflected here from a long distance, so they weren't very strong. This meant that a chaotic battle had also broken out on the Life and Death Gorge. However, the Black Killer Snail King firmly believed that the situation on the Beast Island and Black Skull City was similar. Black Blood City had the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Alliance, and the Demon Beast Alliance also had the Forest of Horrors and Black Blood City. It was impossible for the Demon Beast Alliance to evacuate all its forces from the Forest of Horrors. In terms of combat power, the Forest of Horrors was much stronger than the Immortal City. Therefore, the Demon Beast Alliance had set up nearly 100 of them in the Forest of Horrors all year round. Once they were too few, it might cause a huge battle. Besides, before he came here, he had already sent people to the Forest of Horrors to inform them. He even asked them to put some pressure on the Demon-Beast Alliance. In this way, the Black Killer Snail King estimated that the number of venerables on his side on the Life and Death Gorge wouldn't be much lower. The only problem was the fake king of the Demon-Beast Alliance. Even if there were 6.5 kings guarding the Life and Death Gorge, it was still a bit difficult to protect them. Therefore, the Black Killer Snail King wanted to end the battle quickly. As long as he killed Han Fei, he would have plenty of time to take down the Immortal City. Today, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. It was all the same. Therefore, at this moment, the Black Killer Snail King summoned 7 of the 8 peak-level venerables. Although there was a gap between the peak-level venerable and the half-king, it was definitely not that big. The half-king was still in the category of venerable, and the peak-level venerable was the limit of the venerable realm. However, the degree of control of the power of the Great Path was somewhat different. Just like 3 half-kings could hold up a pseudo-king, 3 peak-level venerables could hold up a half-king. The limit of Han Fei's current combat strength was also the half-king realm. Although there was a gap between these peak-level venerables and half-kings, just like the cooperation of the 5 major professions, they could also cooperate with each other. Therefore, when 7 peak-level venerables besieged Han Fei, even 2 half-kings could be held up. This was also why Jin Tong would hold up 2 half-kings from the Black Blood City with 9 peak-level venerables. Because the continuous attacks of 9 people, even if the opponent had 2 half-kings, it would be of no help. But the Black Killer Snail King's subordinates were too greedy. They didn't want to kill the strongest at the first moment. They wanted to kill more venerables. So they chose to hunt the immortals below the peak-level venerable level. In fact, when the venerables of the middle and lower realms died, they could also free up their hands to deal with the peak-level venerables. However, they didn't expect Han Fei to come so quickly. After all, it was more than 700,000 kilometers from the 7th camp to the first island. Unless there was a teleportation array, it would take at least 10 minutes for a venerable to break through the void, even if they were at the peak-level venerable level. As for the teleportation array, who would have the chance to activate it in the middle of a battle? If the teleportation array was destroyed halfway through the teleportation, the person might be strangled to death by the space cracks before he could make it here. As soon as Han Fei came out, 7 peak-level venerables besieged him. Jin Tong bellowed, and boundless death energy spread out. He shouted, "Where are the others?" Han Fei replied, a little later, "They'll be here soon." Boom! Another crack appeared in the sky, but this crack was relatively shallow. Everyone seemed to have thought of something. The peak-level venerables besieging Han Fei attacked the arrays that Han Fei set up at the same time. Bam! 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 With only one blow, more than 300 arrays collapsed in an instant. Han Fei performed the star's transposition, twisted the void, and disappeared from their encirclement. At the moment when he flashed out, the nearest mid-level venerable sea demon was about 600 kilometers away. However, Han Fei only needed to take one step to reach the end of the world. The moment Han Fei appeared, the mid-level venerable was horrified. Just when the sea demon was about to escape, a dragon roar exploded. The soul-devouring roar of 100 beasts made this sea demon bleed and stagger. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed the void lines and forcibly controlled this sea demon to self-destruct while he was in a daze. Rumble, the crack in the sky appeared again. Rolling ripples swept thousands of kilometers. Behind Han Fei, the 7 peak-level venerables surrounded him again. However, this time, Han Fei didn't have the support of arrays. The 8 of them began a life-and-death battle. Han Fei rushed at an advanced peak-level venerable. The 7 peak-level venerables were overjoyed. No matter how strong Han Fei was, he couldn't kill an advanced peak-level venerable with a single blow. This could stop him for at least half a breath. In half a breath, they could catch up with him. At this time, the advanced peak-level venerable turned his body into steel, trying to stop Han Fei. However, the void trembled and Han Fei disappeared again. Han Fei appeared more than 300 kilometers away, where Junior Peak Level Venerable was fighting with the Undying. Han Fei shouted, "Go!" The Undying retreated frantically. "Roar!" The dragon roared again. Facing a Junior Peak Level Venerable, Han Fei roared off half of its head in the next moment. Han Fei stretched out his hand and slashed the sea demon at the peak level of a Junior Venerable. It only took him half a breath to run and fight at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, 2 red cracks appeared at the same time. At the same time, there was a particularly harsh rumble. It turned out that it was not that someone had died, but that Han Fei had suddenly hit an invisible wall. The impact was so powerful that Han Fei's internal organs almost rolled over. A peak-level Venerable sea demon roared, "Han Fei, do you think we're just chasing after you? Do you think you're the only one who knows forbidden techniques? Then let us see just how strong is your pure physical strength." Hey! Han Fei didn't believe that the other party also knew forbidden techniques, but this space was indeed blocked. At the moment when these sea demons rushed over, Han Fei shouted, "Forbidden techniques here!" Chapter 1590. In this space, after all spells were completely banned, Han Fei only had pure strength left. However, these peak-level Venerables had long known that Han Fei had an indestructible golden body. At this time, they surrounded Han Fei and wanted to compete with him in pure strength. This would naturally arouse Han Fei's suspicion. But at the moment, these sea demons had no other choice. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, if you find something wrong later, remember to help me once." Before the old turtle could refute, Han Fei said, "Don't think I don't know. Over the years, you have secretly absorbed a lot of chaotic energy, haven't you? Your soul should be well nourished. Helping me is also helping yourself." The old turtle really didn't want to talk to Han Fei, but after hearing Han Fei's words, he still agreed. "Okay." Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei put on an evil smile and directly collided with a peak-level Venerable in the front. BM, like a nuclear explosion. Huge waves surged, and the sea was collapsing. Void cracks flickered everywhere. The guy who collided with Han Fei head-on had one arm directly exploded into pieces. So strong! BAM, BAM, BAM. It was a pity that Han Fei didn't have much time to prepare for a blow. It was a hasty counterattack, but in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Although Han Fei had been trained by Ren Tianfei and fused combat skills with the god of war. However, the sea demons on the opposite side were not cabbages. They were real peak-level Venerables. In terms of combat techniques, they had also studied for countless years and couldn't be any weaker than Han Fei. Therefore, at this time, the only thing Han Fei could rely on was his golden body and his majestic strength. As soon as they fought, Han Fei felt that the energy in his body was rapidly draining. Huff! Han Fei used the swallowing technique, trying to absorb the energy in the void. However, one of the sea demons sneered. "All the energy in this space doesn't belong to you." Boom! At this time in the sky, a Venerable would die from time to time. Han Fei knew that not far away, an Undying was pierced and died on the spot. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. On the 5th breath, another Undying and unknown Venerable perished in the outside world. Surrounded, Han Fei's strength finally began to decline. There was no more energy to supply him. Bang, bang, bang. Within a minute, Han Fei had been hammered at least hundreds of times. At this moment, Han Fei really felt that his indestructible golden body might have been destroyed. During this period, Han Fei didn't fight back. Instead, red blood oozed out of his body. Although some people were a little puzzled and felt that the blood seemed a little strange, they didn't think too much of it. Fortunately, Elder Yuan suddenly shouted, "The seal has been lifted!" Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes lit up, and he raised his head and roared. Roar! At that moment, the divine souls of the surrounding people trembled. In the void, a huge formation that spanned tens of thousands of meters suddenly flickered. A peak stage venerable shouted, "Oh no, the seal has been broken." Having said that, it was too late by the time the top-grade venerable one said that. An instant teleportation array was set up by Han Fei with the void lines and charged instantly. Seeing this scene, the Black Killer Snail King's face changed greatly. Realizing that there might be something wrong, he shouted. Retreat, however, as soon as the array was opened, Han Fei and the others disappeared in it. This was the teleportation array that Han Fei had been preparing for a long time. He had been slowly injecting spiritual energy into it, waiting for the moment when the void seal was broken. As soon as the seal was opened, the great array was instantly activated. Even the peak stage venerables couldn't escape. Swish, during the teleportation. These peak stage venerables didn't have Han Fei's indestructible golden body. They didn't dare to break this teleportation array by force, so the teleportation was very smooth this time. When their eyes lit up, they saw a vast grassland. They scanned it with their perception. It turned out that the range of their perception was very small, but they could see some arrays with their naked eyes. They thought it was an array set up by Han Fei. However, they heard Han Fei shout, "Senior, come out. I've brought you food. These people are too strong. I'm really no match for them. Senior, senior, senior." Han Fei yelled loudly. The activation of the purple dragon array was aimed at Zhao Xianglong and his men. Therefore, as long as Zhao Xianglong didn't come out, Jin Tong and the others didn't come out, the purple dragon array wouldn't be triggered. After all, the purple dragon array also needed to be restored. For those unnecessary people, there was no need to take the initiative to activate the array. Unless that person wanted to destroy the array, the peak stage venerables were all shocked, thinking that someone was waiting for them here. However, after a minute, Han Fei was still yelling, but there was no change here. Someone said, "Han Fei, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Even Jin Tong has come out to fight. Who else can the Immortal City send?" However, Han Fei suddenly shut up, tilted his head, and pointed behind the crowd. Someone turned around and exclaimed, "Who is it?" Hearing this shout, everyone turned around, but one person was still looking at Han Fei. Han Fei knew the characteristics of the desolate tomb. You couldn't stare at it, or it would not move for a while. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all, because he knew that Zhao Xianglong would definitely take action. Because, during the hand-to-hand fight, just now, Han Fei deliberately stained his body with some dragon blood. When these peak stage venerables hit Han Fei, they were also stained with this dragon blood. Indeed, just now, Han Fei deliberately let them beat him. Otherwise, Han Fei would go and beat them. It was hard to say whether he could survive or not. After all, they were hunting him. Therefore, Han Fei deliberately let them beat him so that they were all stained with dragon blood. In Han Fei's opinion, if he couldn't even distinguish the dragon blood, Zhao Xianglong was definitely crazy. He knew the dragon bones, so how could he not be familiar with the smell of dragon blood? At this time, all Han Fei needed to do was to help Zhao Xianglong. Han Fei said, "You guys show your real bodies and let me kill you." Han Fei attracted the attention of several people, and they all turned around. However, someone immediately found that if they didn't look at the desolate tomb, they couldn't perceive it. Everyone looked back at Han Fei and then looked back at the desolate tomb. And Han Fei was indeed charging at them. As soon as those peak stage venerables saw the desolate tomb, they were in front of them in the blink of an eye. Behind them, Han Fei attacked again. Someone shouted, "Leave Han Fei to me. You guys destroy this weird tomb." Boom! Han Fei sneered. "Leave me to you? I don't think you're so shameless." Han Fei didn't know if those people had blinked or not. In short, there was suddenly one less person in front of him, and the desolate tomb happened to appear where he was. Boom! A crack appeared in the sky, and the venerable died. In any case, who knew how many times he had done it? No one cared about it at all. Han Fei punched the peak stage venerable back and saw another peak stage sea demon disappeared. Boom! Someone shouted, "Not good! Back off, this tomb is weird." As soon as this person finished speaking, he was swallowed by the desolate tomb, and the crack in the sky reappeared. Someone roared, "What the hell is this? Let's go." The person who was going to deal with Han Fei didn't even look at the desolate tomb from beginning to end. However, the desolate tomb didn't care. It seemed to no longer play by the rules. Han Fei saw that the peak stage venerable's position was directly replaced by the desolate tomb. "Tisk, tisk," Han Fei shouted. "Senior, these are the food I brought for you. You have to remember to accumulate energy. I can't break the big array outside yet. But, Senior, can you let me leave first? There's still a large number of sea demon venerables outside. I'm going to hunt them all for you." Giggle. Dragon. Of the 7 peak stage venerables, there were only 3 left. At this moment, of the 3, one was trying to bombard the desolate tomb, and the other 2 were trying to rush out. However, no matter how they walked, their speed was completely slower than a fisherman's. They couldn't get out at all. Even if someone gathered all his energy to bombard it, he could only be swallowed by the desolate tomb. Someone strengthened himself with the Great Way and tried to freeze the entire grassland. Unfortunately, as soon as the power of the Great Way came out, it was absorbed by the desolate tomb. Han Fei saw that this guy was like a child and couldn't do anything to the desolate tomb at all. Han Fei immediately said, "Senior, I lured the Azure Dragon here. However, I don't know if the Azure Dragon knows you, Senior." So, it quickly fled to the depths of Black Blood City again. "Senior, these people are not weak, and they must have a lot of chaotic energy on them. You can take your time, and I'll continue to hunt for you. Would you like to open a way for me to go out first?" After all, he was familiar with Han Fei the second time. Although this Zhao Xianglong was crazy, it wasn't the first time he had met Han Fei. Since he was locked up in this grassland, Han Fei was the only one who brought him food every time he came. Besides, the food he brought was of higher quality each time. These 7 great demons at the peak stage of the Venerable Realm were indeed what he needed. So, he took them all without hesitation. The next moment, Han Fei found that he had reached the edge of the grassland. Han Fei was excited. Fortunately, old Zhao knew me. Boom, boom! Han Fei looked up, and the blood rain was crazy, like AF * King Water Curtain. The world was filled with the color of blood. Tianqi, after leaving the grassland, Han Fei immediately performed the Tianqi divine technique on himself, and then the Gemini divine technique again. Han Fei raised one hand and drew an array in the air. 3 seconds later, Han Fei returned to the battlefield near the first island. Han Fei's appearance infuriated the Black Killer Snail King. Just now, there was a crack in the sky, and then another. Judging from the color of the cracks and the intensity of the blood rain, it was probably the 7 peak stage venerables that Han Fei took away just now. The Black Killer Snail King was a little horrified. He didn't know what method Han Fei used. How did he kill 7 peak stage venerables in such a short time? Even he might not be able to do that. Could it be that there was another fake king in the Immortal City? Han Fei glanced around. During the 10 seconds when he was away, there were only 14 immortals left, including the Golden Boy. On the Sea Demon's side, there were still 40, and this was when Han Fei took away the 7 peak stage venerables just now. Otherwise, there would be 47 Sea Demon venerables left at this moment. So far, on the first island side, 25 immortals had died. No matter how many opponents Han Fei had killed, he couldn't laugh at this time. The price of this battle was too high. All of this was caused by him. Looking at these immortals who had almost no complaints, Han Fei felt inexplicably sad. 25 immortals died in a row, but no one fled. These people were still fighting. After paying such a big price, why didn't he continue to fight to the end? Han Fei stepped into the battlefield, pointed at the Black Killer Snail King, and shouted, "Big Black Killer Snail, I want you to die today!" Chapter 1591. Han Fei's attitude towards the Immortal City was different from his attitude towards human beings. There might be a big secret behind the immortals. Han Fei felt that both the Black Blood City and the Immortal City might pose a threat to human beings. For example, among the so-called 5 major professions of human beings, reapers were very likely to be among them. Perhaps it was these powerful reapers that spread the 5 major professions. So, did the Immortal City represent the interests of human beings? Han Fei wasn't sure. Therefore, before this battle, Han Fei didn't completely regard the immortals as human beings. Han Fei always felt that only the living were human beings. In a battle, the most important thing was to ensure that the living could continue to live. As for the dead? Anyway, they were already dead. However, at this moment, Han Fei saw so many immortal venerables bravely sacrificing themselves. They had no complaints. They were also sacrificing themselves for their companions. For a moment, Han Fei's mood was indescribable. Up to 30 undying venerables had died since the start of the battle, and this number was still increasing. The cracks that appeared in the sky were completely chaotic. No one knew which side had the venerable fallen. These people were fighting to the death. It could be said that if they didn't have faith in their hearts, they would have collapsed long ago. Han Fei stepped into the battlefield again. No matter how likely he was to win this battle, more than 30 venerables had died under his strategy. More than 30 venerable ones had fallen under his schemes. These people couldn't die in vain. Han Fei ran straight to one person. At this time, there was only one peak-level sea demon venerable left. This person was Chao Xian. Chao Xian looked horrified at this moment. With his strength alone, should he go up or not? The reason why he didn't go up just now was that he didn't want to face Han Fei. He just had a little doubt in his heart. Why did Han Fei dare to participate in this chaotic battle alone? The result was just as he had expected. Han Fei set up a scheme and used some unknown method to directly kill 7 peak-level venerables. Han Fei knew that at this moment, relatively speaking, it was a close battle. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Han Fei shouted, "Fight!" Swish, 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 Long Shi and the others, a total of 4 intermediate venerables and 15 peak-level junior venerables, rushed out. As soon as they came out and saw the situation on the battlefield, their hearts sank. 14 versus 40? Moreover, the opponent's high-end combat power was obviously more than his side. The strongest amongst them was only at the mid-rank Exalt realm. However, the other party had a total of 9 advanced venerables, and they had more intermediate venerables than the humans. On the Immortal City's side, there were only beginner venerable realm experts, so they had an advantage over Black Blood City in terms of numbers. Whoosh! One of the 9 peak-level venerables who was attacking the Demi-King stage suddenly stepped out and stopped Chao Xian, saying to Han Fei, "I'll deal with him. Go deal with the high-rank Exalt realm experts. Otherwise, you won't have enough people with you." In fact, the consecutive battles with the 7 peak-level venerables just now had consumed a lot of his energy. Han Fei felt that if he went all out, he could kill an advanced venerable in 10 seconds. However, Yangming would have to face 9 high-rank venerable ones at the moment. This was no laughing matter. However, Han Fei knew that as long as he could take down these 9 people, the battle would basically be over. However, the 7 peak-level venerables had just been killed by Han Fei. At this moment, how could the Black Killer Snail King let the 9 advanced venerable realm sea demons besiege and kill Han Fei? The Black Killer Snail King shouted, "Zhanghai, go kill Han Fei." As soon as the Black Killer Snail King said that, he saw the Undying who was being frightened by the 8 peak-level venerables besieging a Demi-King sea demon. Suddenly, 13 streaks of green light burst out of his body and directly pierced through the 3 Undying at the peak of the venerable realm. Of course, the piercing didn't kill them. He just gave himself a chance to escape from the battle. As soon as the Demi-King sea demon left, the 9 advanced venerables took his place and fought with the venerables of the Immortal City. At this moment, without a Demi-King sea demon, the high-end combat power of the sea demons went up. The Immortal City and Black Blood City fell into a stalemate again. It was said that Han Fei had killed the Demi-King Sea Demon. At this moment, everyone pinned their hopes on Han Fei. However, those who knew him knew that it was impossible for Han Fei to kill the Demi-King Sea Demon now. In particular, Han Fei was just a white mist now. Not to mention the Demi-King Sea Demon. He could easily defeat a peak-level venerable Sea Demon in a short time. At this moment, Han Fei activated the agility of wind and the heavenly void divine walking technique at the same time. The Demi-King Sea Demon sneered, "You're fast, but how can you be faster than me?" After all, the Demi-King Sea Demon had a natural advantage. Such a high realm was not for nothing. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were only 100 kilometers away from each other. They quickly left the battlefield, leaving two lines of rain in the sky. In the next moment, Han Fei received Jin Tong's voice in his head. This man, Jin Zhonghai, can contain all metals in the world and is said to be able to control all metals in the world. Be careful. As soon as Jin Tong reminded him, Han Fei felt that the trace elements in his body seemed to be trying to break out of his flesh and blood. This place is forbidden. Han Fei quickly got rid of the enemy's power and turned around, trying to pull the Demi-King Sea Demon into the grassland again and let Zhao Xianglong deal with him. However, Jin Zhonghai didn't fight Han Fei head-on. Since he knew that Han Fei was good at hand-to-hand combat, why would he fight him head-on? That was not a wise move. Swish, 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 when Han Fei attacked, 13 small balls suddenly flashed and disappeared. Han Fei took a look and thought to himself, no, man's ability to control metal. This is not a spell, but a unique instinct. It can't be forbidden. Boom, 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 13 consecutive explosions shook the sky, shattering the endless void. Han Fei was blown 1,000 kilometers away like a ball. When Jin Zhonghai caught up, he saw that Han Fei's pupils had turned black and white. Han Fei had no choice but to combine the two into one and appear in his strongest state. At the same time, it was the first time that Han Fei had appeared in this state in recent battles. Swish, swish. Jin Zhonghai stretched out his hand and waved, and the 13 green lights returned. In an instant, they turned into 13 rotating blades. And Han Fei was not to be outdone. The infinity water turned into tens of thousands of black and white knife lights, which turned into small supreme yin-yang wheels and swept out. Supreme yin-yang wheels? Both Jin Tong and the Black Killer Snail King confirmed Han Fei's identity when they saw this scene. Although Han Fei had made a vow, Jin Tong didn't completely trust Han Fei. After all, it was ridiculous for Han Fei to call himself the master of the yin-yang heaven with his strength. Jin Tong had roughly confirmed Han Fei's identity because of the information he got from the fairy girl, so he trusted Han Fei. However, at this moment, seeing the supreme yin-yang wheels, Jin Tong completely trusted Han Fei. As for the Black Killer Snail King, he had heard about the existence of the great path of yin and yang in the yin-yang heaven from ancient legends. This supreme yin-yang wheel was a typical attack method of the great path of yin and yang. Under such a blow, Jin Zhonghai couldn't do anything to Han Fei, because Han Fei didn't use metal at all. He only used water. However, Jin Zhonghai took a deep breath and his body changed color, turning into shiny black metal. Clang, 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 the massive little yin-yang wheels swept Jin Zhonghai, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Jin Zhonghai roared angrily, and endless metal was gathering in the sea. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle shouted, "Not good! It's the essence of metal. It can penetrate armor. Even your indestructible golden body may not be able to resist it." Han Fei said to the old turtle via voice transmission, "Old Yuan, if there are side effects of using the supreme yin-yang wheel, remember to take me to the grassland." The old turtle said, "You're venerable now. You can completely withstand the consequences of this attack. You'd better try it first." Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. While he could still fight, if he could kill this half-monarch or stall this half-monarch, he would be able to escape. The longer he stalled, the better it would be for this war. After all, the Black Killer Snail King could suppress the Immortal City, but it couldn't suppress the Life and Death Gorge. Now, with such a big movement in the Immortal City, it was possible that even the Forest of Horrors had noticed it. Besides, he had already sent Hua Meng to inform Old Yang. Supreme Yin Yang Wheel. Han Fei didn't want to waste time while his strength was still at its peak. Otherwise, if he fought with a half-king for a long time, his great path would collapse. At that time, Han Fei would have no choice but to run away. The yin-yang pattern appeared and the void rotated. Sure enough, it was very difficult to use this move before. At this moment, Han Fei could completely control the current state. However, as soon as the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel appeared, Han Fei found that something was wrong. In the entire void, the void cracks tens of thousands of kilometers away were collapsing, and a massive amount of energy was gathering toward him. Even Han Fei was stunned. Was the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel already so awesome? Jin Zhonghai was dumbfounded. Although Han Fei's means were powerful, according to the Santong Li, Han Fei couldn't last long in such a high-intensity battle state. But now it seemed that the son of a bitch, the Santong Li, was playing with him. The yin-yang pattern was growing bigger and bigger. The power of the Great Path on the pattern was surging. Many venerables even saw a lot of death energy being absorbed into Han Fei's yin-yang pattern. Even Jin Tong was shocked by this scene. What's going on? Jin Zhonghai's first thought was to withdraw from this battle. Unfortunately, the yin-yang pattern ignored space and time and directly covered his head. They were all super masters who had been through life and death for a long time. Jin Zhonghai realized that he had underestimated Han Fei. At this moment, he felt the crisis of death. There was no other way. Jin Zhonghai shouted, "I want to become a king." Tribulation. Chapter 1592. The king's tribulation was the sealing of the yin-yang heavens and the waterwood heavens, as well as the sealing of the cage. Han Fei estimated that except for Zhao Xianglong, there was no other king-level powerhouse in the entire cage. And Zhao Xianglong was just a lunatic who was sealed. Therefore, whoever became a king-level powerhouse would be the master of this cage. Almost all the demi-king level powerhouses could trigger this king's tribulation. However, they could only trigger it. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't go through the tribulation rashly until the end of their lives. After all, in the history of the cage, no one had ever successfully passed the tribulation. How many demi-king level powerhouses had died from the king's tribulation? It wasn't like everyone didn't know. Therefore, no demi-king level powerhouse would undergo the king's tribulation unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, under Han Fei's coercion, Jin Zhonghai chose to undergo the king's tribulation. Even Jin Zhonghai himself didn't expect this. At this moment, Han Fei's yin-yang painting made him feel inexplicable and deep fear. After all, Han Fei had indeed killed the projection of the Black Killer Snail King. Besides, this yin-yang painting was so weird that it could affect a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Jin Zhonghai didn't think he could avoid it at all. Therefore, gritting his teeth, Jin Zhonghai chose to undergo the king's tribulation. He had no other choice. Jin Zhonghai had never thought that he, a demi-king level powerhouse, might die here today. Because the Black Killer Snail King named him, his life seemed to have been decided. But he was unwilling. He was a demi-king level powerhouse, after all. He didn't want to die like this. Therefore, he had to take a gamble. Because he could control metal, he needed to gamble that even if he couldn't become a king-level powerhouse, he could at least pass this test and become a pseudo-king level powerhouse. By then, he could even compete with the Black Killer Snail King for the throne. Whoosh! Whoosh! There was no telling if it was, because the energy in the cage was quite turbulent in the first place. Therefore, when Jin Zhonghai chose to go through the king's tribulation, Han Fei didn't have time to run at all, and he was enshrouded by the lightning tribulation clouds that quickly gathered and returned. At this moment, Jean Tong and the Black Killer Snail King shouted almost at the same time, "Everyone withdraw from a radius of 5,000 kilometers." In fact, they didn't need to say anything. When the energy in the surroundings gathered abnormally and clouds appeared in the sky, everyone had already tacitly given up on fighting. They had to escape first. As soon as the supreme yin-yang will press down, Han Fei felt his heart tremble. He felt as if he had been locked down by an inexplicable power. The old turtle roared, "Come on, Han Fei, can you still enter the gourd world? You won't be able to withstand the king tribulation." Damn it! Han Fei secretly cursed. He had always thought that his desperate situation was between himself and the black killer snail. However, he had never expected that the source of his desperate situation was the heavenly tribulation of a half-king realm powerhouse. However, to enter forge the universe in the middle of a battle? That was impossible. Moreover, for some unknown reason, although he was conscious now, there was a problem with the supreme yin-yang wheel itself. The yin-yang wheel was constantly absorbing the mysterious energy in the void, including the energy of the Nirvana Gale, the death chi, and the life energy of the fallen experts. In short, the supreme yin-yang wheel didn't listen to him today. In this situation, Han Fei shouted, "Old Yuan, if I die, you have to take my body to the Forbidden Island." Han Fei was also very horrified at this time. After saying this to the old turtle, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was wrapped in the infinity water and was about to be sent out. The Venerable had the ability to be reborn from a single drop of blood. However, you had to condense your will into a wisp of flesh and blood or soul in advance. Only in this way could you be reborn from a single drop of blood. Bam! Bam! The aura of gold essence shot through the infinity water in one fell swoop. The two caused a shocking explosion, and angry waves rose to the sky. From the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea thousands of meters deep was blasted out by this explosion. From the surface of the sea, one could directly see the bottom of the sea. Han Fei was shocked. After all, the infinity water hadn't reached its peak state, which was limited by his own strength. It seemed that his essence blood couldn't be sent out. Wang, above the sky, there was already a rumbling sound. The supreme yin-yang image that Han Fei turned into had doubled in size and was still absorbing the weird energy from all directions. Some of this energy ran into Han Fei's body, but most of it surrounded Han Fei and became a part of the power of the supreme yin-yang image. Han Fei could already see the electric arcs that looked like dragons flipping between the clouds. Helplessly, Han Fei sighed, "Old Yuan, why don't you tell me about the king's tribulation?" Boom! The king's tribulation didn't fall so quickly. However, there was Han Fei in the tribulation. So the first thunderbolt fell. An electric arc seemed small, but in fact it was dozens of meters wide. A thunderbolt hit the supreme yin-yang wheel, directly blasting Han Fei from the sky into the sea. Han Fei felt like an ordinary person had been hit by an iron-head fish. He was so confused that he didn't even feel the pain. On the other side, Jin Zhanghai's situation was no better than Han Fei's. This guy's body had turned into shiny black metal. This was a material for refining ultra-quality divine weapons, but after being touched and swallowed by Jin Zhanghai, his body could completely turn into this black metal. However, after a thunderbolt, Jin Zhanghai's body was covered with fine cracks. Is this the king's tribulation? It feels good. I can barely hold on. The supreme yin-yang will staggered out of the seawater, but Han Fei was almost in a state of paralysis. The old turtle said, "What do you know? The heavenly tribulation has 36, and you have 49. Even if this person's heavenly tribulation only has 6, you have just passed the first one. There are still 5 more. Han Fei! At that moment, Han Fei felt that there were 10,000 iron-head fish galloping in his heart. Are you kidding me? The first one almost turned me into a retard. If all 6 heavenly tribulations come down, wouldn't my head be smashed? The surrounding energy quickly rolled over, as if trying to make up for Han Fei's injuries. However, Han Fei only wanted to transform into a human. If he could transform into a human, he might be able to hold on a little longer with his array. However, the Supreme Yin Will didn't give Han Fei a chance to show off at all. God knew what was wrong with this technique. It was actively absorbing the strange power in the void. After only a moment, Han Fei felt that many kinds of inexplicable power were absorbed into his body. Crack! The sky looked like it was cracking. The thick pillar of lightning suddenly pressed Han Fei back to the seabed, and the ground around him sunk. At that moment, the Black Killer Snail King saw Jin Zhonghai's body collapsing. He knew that Jin Zhonghai couldn't make it. However, the Black Killer Snail King couldn't help but marvel at this guy. He resisted 2 destructive thunderbolts of the king's tribulation with his body alone. But Han Fei's appearance didn't make the Black Killer Snail King happy, because at this moment, the Supreme Yin Will still hadn't been shattered. The Black Killer Snail King roared, "Kill! Don't watch the battle. Kill the enemy for me." Being pressed to the bottom of the sea again, the power of the Supreme Yin Will seemed to be insufficient to help Han Fei resist the terrifying thunderbolts. Han Fei fell into a state of complete numbness. He only felt that he was like a turntable spinning fast and fast. On the other side, Jin Zhonghai, who had been shattered, was quickly reborn. Before he was completely reborn, he hurriedly took out 8 giant shields. His body became the strange color of a purple organ. Crack! During the 3rd thunderbolt, Han Fei saw a ferocious figure in the sky, who was trying to reach out to grab him. Immediately after that, Han Fei felt that he was being held, and he heard a series of cracking noises. Han Fei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that all his internal organs were damaged and turned into a meat paste. At this moment, Han Fei finally had some feeling about his body. However, Han Fei also found that he was already badly mutilated. His golden blood was flowing all over his body. No matter how hard he tried to cover it, it was impossible to cover it up. Yes, at this moment, reflected in the surroundings, Han Fei was badly mutilated and turned into a human-shaped pillar of blood. However, the blood flowing in Han Fei's body was not red, but golden, a kind of magical blood that was beyond the mortal body. Under the astonished gaze of many venerables, Han Fei reached out and touched his face, as if to wipe the blood. However, as soon as his hand touched his face, a piece of flesh fell off, revealing his golden bones. F***CK. Old Yuan, what's going on? The old turtle said, "Your flesh is not as strong as your bones. You should be aware of this matter. The mighty thunderbolts of the heavenly tribulation are tempering your body. As a result, your body can't bear the burden and is crushed. But don't panic. Although your flesh is collapsing, your body is rapidly getting stronger. Hurry up and heal. Heavenly enlightenment." Han Fei directly cast the heavenly enlightenment divine technique on himself. The shattered flesh and blood around him were quickly returning, quickly fusing and reforming Han Fei's body. However, the old turtle reminded him again, now that you don't have the yin-yang wheel, you have to find a way to defend against the next heavenly tribulation. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, taking out a large pile of fish skin maps from Forge the Universe. The fish skin maps fell like snowflakes, and countless arrays blocked Han Fei layer by layer at this moment. Long Shi and the other venerables were shocked while fighting. Han Fei actually survived someone else's king's tribulation until now. Jin Tong's face also changed drastically. No matter how much he trusted Han Fei, could Han Fei withstand the king's tribulation? Han Fei swallowed energy crazily, and his body was rapidly digesting the power of lightning and transforming his body crazily. All of a sudden, he saw a piece of golden metal that had somehow snuck into his formation. The metal block was quickly reborn. Who else could it be but Jin Zhonghai? This man was actually reborn in Han Fei's territory. Boom! Unfortunately, in the next moment, the lightning above the sky changed color from cyan to bluish-white, and its power was even stronger than before. Han Fei picked up the embroidery needle in his hand, whipped the golden metal block, and threw it into the sky. Han Fei, even if I die, I will take you with me. At that moment, Jin Zhonghai, who had been knocked into the lightning, blew himself up before he died. Besides, he also caused many trace elements in Han Fei's body to explode together. At that time, Han Fei's flesh and blood melted between heaven and earth in an instant. After the fourth bolt of lightning, only a golden skeleton could be seen lying on the bottom of the sea. No one knew whether it was dead or alive. Chapter 1593. Welcome our new leader, Tianyi. Thank you for your support. Boom! Above the sky, under the tribulation clouds, a red crack cut through the sky. The blood rain never stopped, but it wasn't that heavy anymore. The venerables died. Their essence, energy, soul, and the combination of various powers dissipated between heaven and earth. This power turned into a blood rain and disappeared without a trace. Jin Tong and the Black Killer Snail King both looked at the sky. A crack could only mean that one person had died. Obviously, the one who died first was Jin Zhonghai. Did he want to be reborn in Han Fei's territory? As a result, he was hit out like a baseball by Han Fei. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky didn't dissipate. Crack! Crack! The golden skeleton moved slightly, but before it rose to its feet, the voice of its soul shook the heavens and earth. Heavenly enlightenment. A holy beam of light fell from the sky and directly enveloped Han Fei. Within 1,000 kilometers, golden light spots quickly gathered towards Han Fei. That was Han Fei's flesh and blood. In addition to the flesh and blood, a large amount of soul was penetrating into the skeleton's bones from between its eyebrows. Gradually, Han Fei's entire indestructible golden body was shrouded in a layer of blue. The blue seemed to be penetrating into Han Fei's indestructible golden body incessantly. Even a demi-king couldn't survive his fourth heavenly tribulation. However, a mid-level venerable had managed to pull through. At this point, Han Fei's life potential was rapidly transforming. The flesh and blood turned into a ball, trying to climb onto Han Fei's body like liquid armor. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Where were Han Fei's meridians? What was the power of his soul doing? He had become a skeleton. How could he still fight? In fact, Han Fei didn't know what was going on with himself. It seemed to be his body's instinctive reaction. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his life was in danger. Therefore, the power of his soul was crazily injected into his bones, and the indestructible tyrant body was running crazily. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to realize that he could totally become a king with his body. Of course, this was just Han Fei's wishful thinking. After all, the power of the soul had infinite uses. If he went to the extreme, he knew that this path was definitely not right. However, it seemed that only his golden bones could withstand this king's tribulation. His flesh and blood couldn't withstand it at all. Therefore, while fusing a large amount of souls into his bones, Han Fei continued to fuse a large amount of souls into his flesh and blood. These were all choices that Han Fei made in an instant. The apocalyptic divine technique was still descending, and the power of the soul was still fusing into the bones and flesh. The array under Han Fei's feet had not stopped. Han Fei's body was shining with golden light, and a golden giant rose from the ground. The invincible blade cleaved the sky. The scene was spectacular. Boom! Another ordinary thunderbolt. It seemed like Jin Zhonghai had already perished, and the lightning returned to its original color. And this heavenly tribulation wasn't aimed at Han Fei in the first place. It was Jin Zhonghai who dragged Han Fei to destruction. Therefore, with Jin Zhonghai's death, the power of the heavenly tribulation decreased. However, no matter how much the power of the heavenly tribulation had decreased, it was still the ruler tribulation. Its power was still not to be underestimated. With one blow, the invincible blade shattered the array like paper in the vast lightning, and Han Fei's flesh and blood exploded again. Crack, 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 Han Fei was blasted to the bottom of the sea again. However, Han Fei heard the sound of bones cracking. It turned out that under the heavenly tribulation, the indestructible golden body was not omnipotent. Apocalyptic divine technique. Another holy beam of light descended, and his flesh and blood continued to return. Han Fei's soul was still spreading all over his body. Han Fei's golden bones that had just cracked were also healing under the apocalyptic divine technique. In the depths of Han Fei's soul sea, the old turtle let out a long breath. The combination of the apocalyptic divine technique and the indestructible golden body is really perfect. If Han Fei was given this level of ruler tribulation, Han Fei would have already passed it. When the last bolt of lightning descended, in addition to the lightning, Han Fei saw a black mist. When the fog appeared, everything in the surroundings seemed to vanish into thin air. In that black mist, Han Fei saw a vague figure. However, when he glanced at that person, Han Fei seemed to fall into a dark swamp. It was as if he had been brought into a whole new world. The world collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the sea of fire overturned. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he found that he was standing alone in the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was no living creature. At that moment, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be a cold liquid sliding down his cheek. Han Fei couldn't have felt more miserable. He was like the king of a world, but there was no subject in this world. Crack, crack, crack. Just when Han Fei was immersed in this sadness, he suddenly felt that his body was cracking. He didn't know when he put on a suit of armor. At this moment, the armor was broken and was shattering. At the moment when the armor shattered, a huge amount of energy instantly rushed into Han Fei's body. This was a very familiar power. Han Fei's heart shook. Chaotic Qi. The impact of the energy immediately brought Han Fei back to his senses. However, the scenes in front of him disappeared one by one, and there was an energy storm sweeping around him. The old turtle shouted, "Wake up! Don't let your mind be corrupted by the extraterrestrial demons. Hurry up and use the apocalyptic divine technique." Apocalyptic divine technique. Han Fei felt that his vitality was fading. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that his indestructible gold body was full of dense cracks. At this moment, the pillar of lightning was still there. Without any hesitation, Han Fei let 10 streams of chaotic qi explode in his body. I, Han Fei, will ascend to the throne one day. Do you think a regular heavenly tribulation can destroy me? I'll beat you. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Han Fei punched at the sky like a madman. Each punch was accompanied by a golden fist mark. In the blink of an eye, thousands of fist marks swept across the sky. Although each fist mark was annihilated after traveling less than 100 meters, it was still not enough. However, the momentum of the lightning was weakening in the end. At the moment when the lightning was about to dissipate, Han Fei laughed in the lightning. Son of AB*, you almost killed me, but all of a sudden the old turtle roared, "Watch out!" Following the old turtle, Jin Tong roared, "Watch out!" However, the old turtle was too late. A giant snail suddenly crashed into the heavenly tribulation. Who else could it be but the Black Killer Snail King? However, it was not the Black Killer Snail King himself, but a clone or a projection. Han Fei knew very well that the Black Killer Snail King dared to come here because it was extremely powerful. A projection was equivalent to a demi-king. Damn it! Han Fei's indestructible gold body slightly squatted and punched out with both fists. 2 sacrificing punches were launched. But before Han Fei attacked, the projection cracked by itself. The void trembled, and a huge millstone descended. Gravity millstone. Han Fei, I've paid such a high price to come here. If you don't die, how can I leave? A huge millstone in the sky and on the ground crushed Han Fei into it. Golden light blossomed at the opening, and the dazzling light shone for thousands of kilometers. The black Killer Snail King's projection collapsed, the millstone disappeared, and Han Fei's indestructible gold body also dissipated in this world. As if to confirm Han Fei's death in the sky, although the lightning tribulation had disappeared, the layers of black clouds became darker and darker, and the thick aura of death was sucked into the sky, forming a huge vortex. It looked like the end of the world. General Han Fei! Jin Tong was enraged and turned into a giant dragon made of black flames. After a dragon roar, the black Killer Snail King vomited blood crazily. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. The black Killer Snail King thought it had succeeded in killing Han Fei. It laughed and ordered, "Everyone in Black Blood City retreat! Woo, woo, woo!" The horn of the conch was blowing. The Sea Demon Army, the Venerables, and the Explorers all stopped fighting. On the 7th island, the Netherworld tore apart the peak-level Venerable Sea Demon that had been fighting with him for a long time. Looking at the Sea Demons retreating like a tide, he said to Qin Mo, "Let's go! Let's go to the 1st island." When Zhu and the other 300,000-strong army didn't stop attacking, Lu Yuntian's voice came, "Chase after the enemy. Kill your way out of the sea for 100,000 kilometers." The retreat of the Sea Demons could only mean one thing. Black Blood City was scared. If Han Fei could come to the battlefield on the 7th island and take a look, he would find mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The 300,000-strong army of Sea Demons was slaughtered by the 300,000-strong army of Explorers. Not all of them were killed, but 70 to 80% of the Sea Demons were more than enough. This was a great victory that couldn't be achieved by dividing the army. After all, it was impossible to lose a battle with 3 times the number of experts on the same level. Boom! But even at this moment, the crack of the great Tao was still appearing in the sky. And the frequency wasn't low. 2 hours later. To be honest, when the battle started, countless people on the endless islands around the Immortal City had stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Many people had never seen such a scene in their lives. Originally, the fall of 2 Venerables had already caused an uproar in the rear. When the news of Han Fei killing the enemy came back, many people began to celebrate by cooking marine creatures. However, only 1 day later, 7 Venerables died. Many people thought that the Immortal City had suffered a big loss. But in the end, 5 Sea Demons died and human beings won again. So, the rear was in an uproar. They celebrated again and began to remember Han Fei's name. But after all, the Immortal City also lost 2 Venerables. Therefore, while many people were cheering, the older generation was also teaching the younger generation. The current peaceful life was exchanged with the lives of countless people on the front line. In this way, they could urge the growth of the newcomers. However, only 1 day later, the battle on the front line began again, and this time, billions of people only felt that the world was crazy. They had no idea what was happening on the front line. They only knew that the cracks of the great Tao were constantly appearing. The blood-colored rain dyed the sky red. On this day, in the rear of the human race, countless humans below the law enforcer level suddenly felt that they had made a breakthrough. On this day, someone was recording the number of cracks that appeared in the sky. The total number was 128 times. Chapter 1594. 1 day later, the war between Black Blood City and the Immortal City, as well as the Demon Beast Alliance, came to an end. The 1st island of the Immortal City had become a forbidden area that only Venerables could enter. The island here had been razed to the ground. Turbulent currents surged in the sea, and the sword intent remained in it, attacking indiscriminately. On the second day after the war, Jean Tong and dozens of venerables stood on the sea with solemn expressions. They seemed to be expressing their condolences to Han Fei, who had died in this sea. Jean Tong stood at the forefront. He couldn't believe that Han Fei, who had survived the king's tribulation, was killed by the Black Killer Snail King. At first, he couldn't believe it at all. However, after defeating the sea demons, he immediately returned to the Forbidden Island. When he saw that the giant octopus was still sleeping peacefully in the ceiling array in the Death Valley, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He didn't know where Han Fei was. However, Jean Tong was sure that Han Fei wasn't dead. He just couldn't find him. After a long silence, Jean Tong said to the raging sea in his childish voice, "You did win this war. Although millions of people died in this war, you'll be blessed for generations to come. Black Blood City lost 41 venerables to the Immortal City just yesterday. I believe this is just the beginning. I'll wait for your return." Many people behind Jean Tong felt that Jean Tong's words were somewhat ridiculous. At that time, didn't many people witness Han Fei's death? Who was Jean Tong waiting for? Before they could think further, Jean Tong said, "Where's Lu Yuntian?" Lu Yuntian stepped out. It wasn't until yesterday's war that Long Shi and the others realized that Han Fei and Lu Yuntian had been acting. An Wang, he the traitor, had been killed by Qin Mo after Han Fei attacked. Jean Tong said, "Lu Yuntian, in the future, you and Qin Xiang will lead the human explorers to expand the territory and hunt the sea creatures in the territory of Black Blood City for human resources. From now on, the Immortal City is not afraid of war." Lu Yuntian clasped his hands. "Yes, my lord." Immediately, Long She stepped forward. "Golden Child King, Commander Han's corpse hasn't even turned cold. Are we going to continue the battle?" "Let me interrupt. I've been using an app recently. Source Changer app, both Android and Apple phones are supported." Hua Meng also stepped forward. "Wang Zun, we have to do something, right?" After a brief silence, Jean Tong said, "Make a portrait of Han Fei. The billions of humans behind us need a little faith. Don't you think?" Everyone was slightly puzzled. A statue? What did that mean? Here, only Jean Tong understood the meaning of erecting a statue. It was the symbol of a king. In the dragon-subduing sky, only Zhao Xianglong had the right to erect a statue. In the end, the people in the cages were from the Yin-Yang heaven or the Waterwood heaven. Jean Tong felt that most of the people in the cage were from the Yin-Yang sky. After all, no one in Shui Mu sky had ever fought for a human in a cage. Qin Mo said, "Statue? Do we need to announce Han Fei's name to the entire Immortal City?" Although everyone felt that Han Fei had indeed made a great contribution this time, they were all shocked. However, this victory was not as exaggerated as they thought. Jean Tong only said that 41 venerables had died in the Black Blood City, but a total of 32 had died in the Immortal City. Besides, in terms of seniority, qualifications, and even feelings, Jean Tong should be the one to erect a statue. Why did Jean Tong erect a statue of Han Fei? However, Jean Tong shook his head slightly. The name of the statue is Han Fei, the 9th Immortal Master. Old Yuan, what the hell is this place? While Jean Tong and the others were thinking about erecting a statue for Han Fei in a whirlpool abyss, there was a golden skeleton that was hugging a ball of flesh that contained terrifying energy. It was curled up into a ball and spinning, and the place where they were spinning was in an endless abyss. It was dark all around. There was no light or sound. Fortunately, Han Fei was not relying on his eyes, or he would have been in total darkness. The old turtle said, "I don't know. This Empress had originally used the greater teleportation technique to teleport you away. However, you were sucked in by this big black hole halfway. There's no shortage of spiritual energy here. There's pure darkness, death, and vitality. Hey, are you really fine in your current state?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Look at me. Do I look fine? I've suffered a great loss. This time, I've suffered a great loss. Han Fei looked at his personal information with a sad expression. Although his head had become a mass of meat paste, and so had his eyes, Han Fei could still see his personal information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 86, peak level intermediate venerable, chaotic energy, 58, spiritual power, 35026/99999. Limit of Taoist heart, perception range greater than 10,000 kilometers, power greater than 8,999 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level, 75. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level, 59. Main art, heaven stealing technique. Level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. This was Han Fei's current state. Although he had passed someone else's king's tribulation, it only raised Han Fei's realm to the peak level intermediate venerable. Apart from the change in his realm, he had also integrated a large amount of soul power into the indestructible golden body. This caused his power to soar again, and he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. As for the soul power, it was nothing. Before, when he was short of 10 or 20,000, he could find a way to make up for it. This time, he had directly killed 2/3 of them. Based on the number of venerables, how many freaking venerables would he have to kill before he could absorb them back? Han Fei's experience told him that if he couldn't make up for the loss of soul power, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough even if he was stuck at the peak level intermediate venerable. Of course, his top priority now was not his soul, but how to get out of this damn place. Han Fei had tried to return to Forge the Universe, but it was useless. If he returned to Forge the Universe, it would be even more impossible for him to leave this damn place. Han Fei cursed. Have I been sucked into a black hole? This black hole was rotating, and the force was definitely not small, but it couldn't be the kind of black hole that he understood. Otherwise, with that kind of power, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. Han Fei recalled and asked, Old Yuan, do you think this happened when I used the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel? The old turtle said, yes. When you used the Yin-Yang image, it was very strange. All the surrounding power was converging towards you. Have you ever been in this situation before? Han Fei shook his head. No. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it was strange. The old turtle said, I think the big black hole that opened in the sky in the end is the one we are in now. It may have something to do with your yin-yang image. At that time, I wanted to take you and run away, but I was forcibly sucked in by it. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei immediately said, Now that you mention it, it's a bit interesting. Look at my supreme yin-yang image. After all, he had stayed in this black hole for a day. Han Fei's injuries that should have been healed had already been healed. The injuries that couldn't be healed would take some time. Originally, Han Fei's vitality was much weaker, but he swallowed the spiritual fruit and regained it. Now, all he needed was the power of the soul. Although Han Fei's bones and flesh were separated, Han Fei had been holding his flesh and blood. His flesh and blood just existed in another way. The old turtle had explained the situation, saying that the level of his flesh and blood was lower than the level of his bones. The benefits of passing the heavenly tribulation had greatly improved the strength of Han Fei's flesh and blood. However, in order to pass the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei had integrated too much soul power into the indestructible golden body and received many benefits from the heavenly tribulation, causing his bones and flesh to be improved again. There was still a gap between the two. Either he had to wait for his realm to increase, or his flesh and blood had undergone some special tempering. He had to wait until his flesh and blood reached a whole new realm. Otherwise, he could only hug it like this for now. However, there was no difference if he used the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. As soon as Han Fei used the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel, a massive amount of energy immediately gathered. Han Fei spun faster and faster, and all kinds of inexplicable energy were rolling over. Han Fei hurriedly said, Old Yuan, let me tell you, it's even more problematic to use the supreme yin-yang will here. I feel that the energy is about to explode. The old turtle said, I think you don't have to worry. Can't you continue to cultivate the great desolate body art? The strength of your flesh and blood is one level lower than your indestructible golden body. This imbalance is definitely not a good thing. Cultivating this great desolate body skill could help you improve your flesh and blood. Han Fei said helplessly, No. Now my flesh and blood are ball. Then what I cultivate now, does it work on the bones or the flesh and blood? The old turtle asked, Can you feel the blood in your flesh and blood flowing? Han Fei blurted out, Yes. The old turtle said, That's it. You don't have a mortal bloodline. Your heavenly veins support your flesh and blood and let them run on their own. Your soul supports your bones. It's just a temporary separation. Cultivation is still the same. Han Fei frowned. Really? The old turtle said, Anyway, there are all kinds of energy in this black hole. You can try to practice it. Han Fei's skeleton mouth opened and closed. That's true. There seems to be no other way but this. At that moment, the golden skeleton, holding a mass of flesh and blood, sat cross-legged. Energy surged from all directions and enveloped Han Fei. There was no concept of time here. There seemed to be only energy here. Complicated energy, endless energy. As he practiced, when the great desolate body art was running, Han Fei reconnected with his flesh and blood. However, at the moment this communication began, Han Fei exclaimed, Shoot, old Yuan, my heaven spirit detoxifying insect is gone. Chapter 1595. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect was gone. Han Fei hadn't noticed it before. It was not because of anything else, but because Han Fei had been holding his body. His body was separated from his bones, and he relied on the power of his soul to support the indestructible golden body. So Han Fei didn't notice this problem. The old turtle was taken aback and asked in confusion, Why didn't I notice it? The old turtle checked and said leisurely, The heaven spirit detoxifying insect is more than gone. The demonic essence in your body is also gone. F***CK. Can demonic essence also be broken? The demonic essence that Han Fei was talking about was the one that Bingxue Chu Ling stuffed into his body in the snow god's temple. That was a demonic essence that could withstand the power of a half-king. At this moment, it was gone with the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. The old turtle immediately said, Something is wrong. If these two things are gone, it's impossible that I didn't notice it at all. Unless, Han Fei said helplessly, Why are you still keeping me guessing? Unless what? The old turtle said leisurely, Unless the king's tribulation you experienced completely injected these two things into your body. Why don't you inject demonic energy into your meatball? Han Fei shrugged. What meatball? It's my body. Han Fei muttered. However, the soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flickered. Obviously, he was also a little surprised. In this form, although he could resist demonic energy, he couldn't absorb demonic energy. That was very unlikely. So, Han Fei grabbed an ultra-quality demonic stone from Forge the Universe. As a result, he saw a steady stream of demonic energy flowing into his body. Han Fei was shocked. Although he didn't have a heart anymore, then Han Fei quickly took out spiritual energy. In the end, he still ate his own body without any hesitation. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, do you think I'm a human or a demon now? The old turtle said, You may be a lady boy. Puff. Old Yuan, you are forcing me to declare war on you. Haha. So what if I can directly absorb demonic energy? I'm still a human being. Hey, wait. Then am I immune to poison now? Han Fei grabbed another poisonous grass from Forge the Universe and stuffed it into his body. Then, through the perception of his body, Han Fei discovered that the poisonous grass was quickly disintegrated into his flesh and blood. His body has been fused with demonic energy and the heaven spirit detoxifying insect? The heaven spirit detoxifying insect was dead. However, Han Fei seemed to have become an artificial antidote and gained the ability of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. The old turtle said, "Now what you should consider is why your body can swallow demonic essence and the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. If you could have devoured it earlier, you wouldn't have waited until now." Han Fei was lost for words. Who should I ask? Everything happened for a reason, and it was necessary to investigate it. Han Fei wondered if he had developed any special skills. Perhaps it was just that he hadn't realized it yet. Unfortunately, the integration of demonic essence and the heaven spirit detoxifying insect didn't improve the quality of his body. It could only be said that Han Fei's body was relatively strong. However, it was still not as strong as his bones. The two were not coordinated, so Han Fei could only appear as a skeleton for the time being. There was no sun or moon in the cave. It was completely dark. At this time, Han Fei could only judge the time that passed in the cave through the time in Forge the Universe. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei stayed for a full 3 years. Under the nourishment of infinite energy, the great desolate body art made rapid progress. However, the great desolate body art was only a peak-level intermediate venerable after all, which was a transition to a stronger body art. Because of the great desolate body art, Han Fei's body had accumulated a terrifying amount of energy. Han Fei didn't stop until cracks appeared on his body. At this time, Han Fei realized that if he continued to cultivate, his body would explode. In the king's tribulation, Han Fei's body had reached the peak-level intermediate venerable. If he continued to cultivate at this time, he would be constantly accumulating energy in his limited body. Now, it was obvious that he couldn't continue to accumulate energy. In this case, Han Fei needed to make a breakthrough in his realm. Only in this way could he consume the energy in his body. Unfortunately, Han Fei's soul was seriously damaged. Han Fei had to repair his soul first before he could continue to make a breakthrough. Since he couldn't temper his body, Han Fei could only think of a way to visualize his soul. However, after 8 months of visualizing the god-scaring painting in Forge the Universe, only less than 1,000 points of soul power were recovered. So, Han Fei had to give up. At the speed of this thing, how long would it take for him to make up for the damaged soul power? If he couldn't temper his body, it was useless to cultivate his soul. So, Han Fei could only continue to deduce the rate of spiritual energy disassembly. Fortunately, for some reason, Han Fei found that his power of wish was constantly growing, and the speed was more than twice as fast as before. With so much power of wish, Han Fei naturally used all of them to disassemble spiritual energy. After all, it was impossible to make a breakthrough with power of wish. The power of his soul had already limited his development. If he forced a breakthrough, he would explode and die. In Forge the Universe, another year passed. Under the crazy advancement of the power of wish, Han Fei almost consumed all the power of wish and finally pushed the rate of spiritual energy disassembly to 81%. At this time, the power of wish was also exhausted. In desperation, Han Fei tried hundreds of times, trying to find a way out. However, he never got what he wanted. In this pitch-black world, there seemed to be no way out. It was just a mass of pitch-black darkness. After thinking about it, Han Fei returned to Forge the Universe again and began to practice the dragon swallowing technique. It was not very difficult to practice this great technique. This was a kind of ungraded technique. Even if his level was a little lower, he could still practice it. And at this time, Han Fei also had enough dragon bones to experiment, so there shouldn't be any obstacles to learning it. However, just at the beginning of the experiment, Han Fei found a problem. It turned out that this dragon swallowing technique could not only directly absorb the original energy of the dragon race, but also cut off the dragon's luck, solidify the origin, and draw dragon power to temper the body. The problem was this body tempering. This power continued to strengthen Han Fei's physique. It caused some cracks to appear on Han Fei's meatball physique. At this time, Han Fei knew that his wish of swallowing the chaotic qi had completely failed. While he was puzzled, the old turtle said, "In fact, when a strong cultivator reaches the end of their cultivation, they're nothing more than strengthening their physique, soul, and Tao. Now your physique has reached the limit, and it can't be improved anymore. You have to recover your soul power, or there is a way that can help you make a breakthrough. But that way is not good either." Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. "What way?" The old turtle explained, "Breaking the limit of the soul is to find your own Taoist heart. This is different from the Tao. The Taoist heart determines your growth potential. In fact, even if your soul power has recovered to the peak, it is at most enough for you to break through to the advanced venerable realm. But what about later? The limit of your Taoist heart will limit your soul power to the upper limit. In the end, it will limit your physique power to the upper limit. As long as your Taoist heart can't make a breakthrough, your strength will always stop at the advanced venerable realm, even if you have the combat power of half a king." Han Fei was stunned. After all, it was because of his Taoist heart. The old turtle said leisurely, "In fact, I'm already very surprised that you can grow to this level of strength, because in my opinion, you shouldn't have grown so strong at all." Han Fei said grumpily, "Why can't I become stronger?" The old turtle said, "Because I can't see the persistence and dedication that a cultivator should have in you. Some people simply want to become stronger. In their hearts, there is no strongest at all, so there is no end to their growth. Some people know what kind of existence they want to become, and they regard that existence as their faith. At least, before they get this faith, their growth will not be interrupted. The faith and persistence in everyone's heart are different. Some people want to become stronger, and some do it for others. But in the end, they are all very firm. For the heavenly talents, the problem of the Taoist heart is not a problem at all. I'm surprised that it shouldn't be so difficult for you to comprehend the Taoist heart." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "That's easy for you to say. I know everything you said. But you want me to ask?" "Why should I ask? My goal is to kill Chen Huangdian. Isn't this the Taoist heart? Chen Huangdian should at least be in the king realm, right? In the black hole, there was no feeling of time. It was like a real cage. Since Han Fei's Taoist heart had reached a bottleneck, there was nothing he could do." Han Fei nodded. "Then let's find the Taoist heart." How to find the Taoist heart? The old turtle's explanation was very strange. He said that everyone had their own opportunities. Some people found the Taoist heart when they were squatting in the toilet. Some found the Taoist heart when they were eating, and some found the Taoist heart when they were chatting, and some people fought in the world and searched for the Taoist heart for more than tens of thousands of years, but they couldn't find anything. Instead, they messed up their Taoist heart, hearing the old turtle's explanation. Han Fei felt that the Taoist heart was too nonsensical. It felt a bit boundless. It seemed that he couldn't rush it. So, in the following years, Han Fei idled and forged the universe every day. He opened up a large plantation and expanded Forge the Universe to a radius of 20 kilometers. Most importantly, it was because he was bored. Han Fei built a house here, dug a fish pond, and specially divided an area for growing food ingredients and storing resources. When he had nothing to do, Han Fei fought with the nine-tailed mantis, shrimp, and the others. After half a year of fighting, the nine-tailed mantis, shrimp, Simp Dog, and Little Gold ran away as soon as they saw Han Fei. Another 2 years passed. On this day, Han Fei was rolling on the grass on the edge of Forge the Universe in boredom. At this time, Forge the Universe had just been expanded to 30 kilometers by the spiritual energy and energy in the black hole. The nine-tailed mantis, shrimp, and the others, under the scouring of such a large amount of energy and spiritual energy, had become 3 to 5 levels stronger on average. Let's advertise. Source changing artifact app. It's really good. It's worth installing. After all, there are many book sources, and the books are complete and updated quickly. Dad. Okay. Little White and Little Black hadn't changed much in the past 2 years. It was mainly because in the past few years, Little White had been forced to spit chaotic energy by Han Fei. He originally had 58 strands of chaotic energy, although he didn't absorb it in the past few years. But later, with his own refining and Little White's spitting, it only took him less than 3 years. Today, he finally had 100 strands of chaotic energy. 100 strands. Seeing Han Fei, he immediately got up from the grass. Han Fei was now a skeleton. He had no sense of touch, vision, hearing, or taste. But at this moment, the soul fire in his eye sockets was jumping. My good daughter, Daddy has been waiting for this moment for a long time. I didn't expect you to be one step faster than me. Receiving a strand of chaotic energy from Little White, Han Fei was overjoyed. He had been trapped in Forge the Universe for 7 years. In another year, a whole year would have passed in the outside world. He had to buy more time for himself. Once the time chain was upgraded, 1 year would be equivalent to 16 years. With such a long time, he could slowly find a way. In fact, Han Fei was also very anxious. He still had a lot of things to do. He still had to go out and become the master of the Yin Yang Heaven. Immediately, Han Fei shouted, "Time chain upgrade." Chapter 1596. When the old turtle saw that all the chaotic energy on Han Fei's body suddenly dissipated, he exclaimed, "What did you do? What did you exchange with that little calabash for so much chaotic energy?" Han Fei said leisurely, "You'll know later." The old turtle was speechless. What a spendthrift! Do you know how rare the chaotic energy is in the Venerable Realm? Do you think it can only enhance your fighting endurance and combat power in a berserk state? Han Fei said flatly, "What else can I do? Although it can also nourish the physique, my current physique can no longer be improved by even an inch. At this time, using it is the best choice." The old tortoise said, You know that the purpose of disassembling spiritual energy is to obtain chaotic aura. Then have you ever thought that the chaotic energy that contains the power of the Great Path can actually broaden your Great Path?" Han Fei was puzzled. Broaden my Great Path? What Great Path? The old turtle was speechless. I didn't want to tell you now. You've been in the Venerable Realm for too short a time. If you had a little time to stay and explore the use of the chaotic energy, you would never consume it at will. It's precisely because you've been in the Venerable Realm for too short a time. Although I don't know what your Great Path is, I can see that you're cultivating multiple great paths at the same time. If so, then you need the chaotic energy even more. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flickered. Wait, old Yuan, tell me first, what's the relationship between the chaotic energy and the Great Path? Han Fei thought that the Great Path was just a different kind of great technique when he was seeking the Tao. This kind of great technique guided the direction of his future cultivation, and his Great Path could change constantly. He thought it was just infinite changes. Why would this kind of ability be combined with the chaotic energy? The old turtle said, "Have you forgotten that I told you? Everyone has an origin C." Han Fei nodded. "I remember." The old turtle said again, "King Cheng wants to open up an origin C. Then what does it use to open up an origin C?" Han Fei was taken aback. "Chaotic energy?" The old turtle snorted. "What do you think? The amount of chaotic energy determined the size of the origin C. The size of one's origin C determined how strong one was in the king realm. In the origin C, other than the size of the area, the strength was also determined by the amount of origin energy stored in the origin C. Origin energy could also expand and strengthen the quality of the origin C. All of this complemented each other. Although this is a matter of becoming a king, this emperor needs to tell you that it's best not to use the primal chaos aura if you can. Collect as much as you can. When you open up your origin sea, you'll know how precious this thing is. Han Fei clicked his tongue and suddenly asked, Old Yuan, how much chaotic energy do you think the dragon in Forge the Universe is worth? The old turtle, Han Fei, grinned. The chaotic energy is taken from the world. I'm using it now to get more in the future. However, you're only telling me about such an important matter now. This is simply too disloyal. This is simply too much. The old turtle sneered. Who knew that you wouldn't treat chaotic energy as chaotic energy? I don't need to tell you this at all. In fact, when you grow stronger and find a way to explore all the uses of the Great Way, you'll naturally know. You just don't have time. Han Fei chuckled. Time is so precious. Although the old turtle explained the benefits of the chaotic energy to him, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Even if he knew it, Han Fei would still use it. After all, after time accelerated, everything became faster. Sure enough, after a while, Han Fei sat at the edge of Forge the Universe and saw blue lines flowing in the place, shrouded by the black mist. This kind of weird lines was obviously increasing. This meant that the time chain had been upgraded. Wow. The next moment, the old turtle was shocked. The time here is more than 10 times slower? Did you trade forbidden time with the gourd? This is a taboo. Once you are discovered, even if your father and mother come back, they won't be able to save you. Han Fei curled his lips. As long as you don't say it, who will know? The old turtle was dumbfounded. He knew that this gourd was very powerful, but he didn't expect that it could break the time taboo so easily. If I had this divine object, how could I end up like this? The old turtle forcibly suppressed his agitation. If he calculated according to the current time flow in Forge the Universe, as long as Han Fei could be patient and stay here for 100 years, his soul power could be restored. At that time, he could make a breakthrough here. At that time, there might be a way to leave. Even if there was no way to leave, when Han Fei reached the advanced venerable realm, there would be enough energy and spiritual energy to promote his continued cultivation. Han Fei was smiling. His thoughts were actually similar to the old turtle's. In any case, he had to find a way to return to his peak first. Only by returning to his peak could it be possible to fuse his body with his flesh and blood again. Only in this way could he make a breakthrough and continuously strengthen his body in the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei just quietly watched the recovery of Forge the Universe, watching the blue halos wandering in the gray nothingness. And the soul fire in Han Fei's eye sockets followed them all the way. Perhaps because Han Fei was bored, he saw that the ray of light he was staring at actually circled the entire Forge the Universe and went to the other side. After a while, Han Fei saw again. A similar blue halo appeared, continuing to twist along the same trajectory. Han Fei suddenly stood up. In this Forge the Universe, in the gray space on the edge, there were many such lines. Han Fei suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this thing. It was like the rise and fall of the sun, the movement of the sun and the moon. Everything was rotating. These blue lines also seemed to be revolving around Forge the Universe. Shoot! Han Fei seemed to have discovered something. With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the swirling dark space again. Han Fei grabbed the nautical panorama, watching the pointer spinning in circles, and the soul fire in Han Fei's eyes jumping. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What did you find? Haven't you seen this nautical panorama many times? I think maybe this space is special, and it can't find its way here at all." Han Fei shook his head. No, definitely not. Han Fei looked at the rotating trajectory of the nautical panorama. Every time he changed directions, the rotating pointer of the nautical panorama actually circled around the same direction. It looked like a compass that was out of control. But what if it didn't get out of control? What if this road was actually spiral? Or what if it was wirelessly looping? Swish Han Fei used the agility of wind, the heaven void divine walking technique, and the power of the Great Way, and his whole body was like a golden light running in the darkness. As the saying went, as long as you were fast, the whole world was full of your after-images. At this moment, Han Fei's speed could be said to have reached the peak at this moment. However, Han Fei ran for a long time, but he didn't see the aura he left behind. Maybe because it had been too long, Han Fei didn't find anything unusual, so he changed his method. Gemini Divine Technique. Han Fei didn't give up, but continued to try. This time he didn't try for long at all. The body of black fog and the body of white fog didn't meet. Because the distance between the two was too far, they had to merge into one. The old turtle was about to ask, when Han Fei grabbed a semi-venerable puppet and gave a wisp of his soul to the puppet. Then Han Fei and the puppet ran in opposite directions. This time, after almost 2 hours, Han Fei finally saw the puppet that was panting and running wildly. Ha ha ha! I knew it, I knew it. The old turtle was dumbfounded. What do you know? Swish! With a swish, Han Fei returned to Forge the Universe again. With a thought from Han Fei, the terrain of Forge the Universe began to change rapidly. In just a moment, it became a large yin-yang diagram, which was the heaven and earth natural array. Han Fei stood on a Tai Chi eye and estimated in his heart, sure enough, as I expected, the space we are in has no boundary at all because it is simply a two-dimensional world. The old turtle asked, "What world?" Han Fei said, Maybe you don't understand. It is a two-dimensional array in a multidimensional world. This is an array. The whole cage is an array. Where we are is the center of the array. We need to find the center of the array. Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle and poked it at the Tai Chi eye of the yin-yang diagram. In Han Fei's heart, a strange idea occurred to him. The yin-yang diagram could be deduced into the shape of the 8 diagrams. In that case, he might be able to leave through the so-called life gate. However, he didn't know anything about this. And this was obviously not the 8 diagrams. The center of the heaven and earth natural array in the yin-yang fairy palace was at the Tai Chi eye. If his guess was right, this was no exception. Figuring this out, Han Fei left Forge the Universe again. According to the distance he had run, Han Fei calculated the distance to the center, which was about 3 million kilometers from the edge of this black space. 7 days later, when Han Fei tried countless times, the closer he was to the center, the more he felt that there was a terrifying force sucking his body and tearing his soul. However, none of this could stop Han Fei. Pain was pain, but finding a way was another matter. As long as he could get out, what was a little pain? Finally, on the 7th day, Han Fei suddenly saw something floating in the void. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that it was an extremely huge dragon tail. Below the dragon's tail was a pure black, formless sheet. This kind of black was almost invisible to the naked eye, just like his black, mist body. Han Fei also noticed the abnormality here with his soul after seeing the dragon tail. Han Fei couldn't help saying, "Old Yuan, I found it." The old turtle was silent for a while. "Dragon tail, then isn't this place," Han Fei said solemnly, under the grassland, deep in the desolate grave. Third, asking for votes. Moi, end of this chapter. Chapter 1597. At this moment, Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was like a wise man, analyzing the composition of the entire cage. Han Fei had always thought that this cage was in the shape of a sun. In fact, it made sense, but it was still not detailed enough. It was not so much like a sun as an 8. Rather than an 8, it was more like a Tai Chi diagram. Indeed, when Han Fei knew that there were 2 such black holes in this cage, the true form of this cage was revealed. This was a super-huge heaven and earth natural array. However, it was not an ordinary heaven and earth natural array. The Tai Chi diagram it outlined was not in the shape of a circle, but it was not in the shape of a 8. So, Outside the cage, the heaven and earth natural array must have included an area. Although he hadn't seen the whole picture, with the two black holes in the Tai Chi diagram, Han Fei naturally knew its shape. Han Fei felt that this was probably a natural heaven and earth natural array, or a man-made, semi-natural formation. The large array could absorb energy from inside and outside the cage to maintain the seal of the cage. Perhaps it could absorb more energy from the outside world. This could also explain why the Waterwood Heaven and the Yin-Yang Heaven had very few strong masters. In fact, there was an obvious gap between the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. After all, the number of strong masters in the Waterwood Heaven was far greater than that of the Yin-Yang Heaven. Previously, Han Fei had always thought that this gap was caused by the Eye of the Heavenly Path. However, the Eye of the Heavenly Path could only prevent people from becoming kings, right? It didn't seem to have much effect on people in the respect state. But why was that? Han Fei pondered that perhaps the two black holes in the cage had different ways of absorbing external power. As for what the difference was, he would have to have a chance to see the other Tai Chi eye to know. In fact, these questions were easy to understand. What puzzled Han Fei was why they set up a heaven and earth natural array here. What was the purpose of trapping these people, sea demons and beasts? Perhaps this was a means of the human race to stop the sea demons? After all, in the Age of Doom, the sea demons invaded and caused a large number of deaths of land creatures. Perhaps I or a certain powerful person created this heaven and earth natural array with the power of heaven and earth. At the end of the day, this formation was equivalent to a barrier, equivalent to the Great Wall of China. It could stop the invasion of the sea demons. After all, there was the inheritance of the grand myriad mountains here, and it was surely a project from the Age of Chaos without a doubt. Any grand array was actually easy to enter, but hard to leave. As far as Han Fei knew, it wasn't difficult to enter the heaven and earth nature array. However, this was a heaven and earth nature formation. Even he had to expend quite a bit of effort to enter. Presumably, tens of thousands of years ago, it was easy to enter this heaven and earth nature formation, which was why so many creatures were trapped here. Perhaps it was because this heaven and earth nature formation was constantly absorbing energy to strengthen the cage. The person who came in was probably trying to increase his strength. As a result, the power it accumulated became stronger and stronger, causing the cage to be locked tightly. As for those who had entered, they would never be able to escape again. But as a master of arrays, Han Fei knew one thing very well. A great formation, can it absorb energy infinitely? Tens of thousands of years? Even if it was a real black hole, after absorbing endless energy, where would it go? Perhaps it was the final eruption. Perhaps the singularity that caused the Big Bang was a super black hole. Why did the Big Bang occur at the singularity? It was very likely that it had swallowed too many things. When the energy of the singularity reached a tipping point, the universe collapsed. Han Fei suddenly slapped his head and clicked his tongue. I'm so King smart. I can't believe this array actually reminded me of the Big Bang. Hiss. I'm afraid this cage has reached its limit, hasn't it? Han Fei was shocked when he thought of this. So, the crack was not because the power of the seal was weakening, but because it had accumulated too much energy and was about to explode? Hiss. Not good. The old turtle was confused. What's wrong? Understanding all this, Han Fei suddenly understood why there were so many strong masters in the cage. There were hundreds of thousands of explorers, because the energy absorbed by the heaven and earth nature formation was supplied to them when it was supplied to the cage wall, in order to reduce the pressure of its energy expansion. However, the battle just now caused the death of countless venerables and explorers. Then, according to the conservation of energy, the power of these people after they died would either return to heaven and earth, be absorbed by others, or be absorbed by this black hole. In this way, if the magnificent energy poured into the eye of the formation at once, it would only accelerate the collapse of the cage. The old turtle asked a few questions, and Han Fei communicated his thoughts with the old turtle. The old turtle said unhurriedly, "If this cage collapses now, the million soldiers of Black Blood City will charge out, and I'm afraid the entire Inyang heaven will be destroyed." Han Fei's face became awful. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that the Big Bang will cause all the creatures in the cage to die. However, I think it's not at the level of the Big Bang yet. Otherwise, when the crack appeared, it would have exploded. But no matter what, we have to find a way to get out as soon as possible. As Han Fei thought, where there was absorption, there must be a way out. How to get out? Han Fei had already considered it. The suction force in the eye of the formation was extremely powerful. It seemed dangerous, but it should be the only way out. In this array, the energy of the outside world was being sucked in all the time. However, this suction was intermittent, sometimes very violent, sometimes very gentle. Presumably, at the most violent time, when the array was in a state of wide open, he would have the best chance to escape as soon as the connection was established. Han Fei left Forge the universe. As soon as Han Fei came out, his whole body began to spin rapidly. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. In fact, the way to break this array was not very difficult. After thinking it through, Han Fei knew how to break the array. He let the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel spin extremely fast, opposite to the direction of the rotation of the eye of the formation. When they reached an equilibrium, he would be relatively still. This method seemed simple, but Han Fei had been exploring it for many years. It took Han Fei 7 years to find the eye of the formation. Even if he found the eye of the formation, if he didn't know anything, he would probably be trapped in it forever. The Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel rotated against a terrifying rotation force, and Han Fei could feel that he was breaking away and resisting the array. Crack! Crack! 10 minutes later, when Han Fei saw a beam of white light, he was thrilled. He finally found a way out. But it was also at this moment that Han Fei's body began to crack. There was no other reason for this. It was simply because his physical body contained too much energy. He absorbed energy with his body, and now his body couldn't hold it anymore. Han Fei immediately dispersed the yin-yang wheel in the sky. His body was still spinning at an extreme speed. Han Fei took out the fishing rod that he hadn't used for a long time and threw it at the white light. The fishing hook broke through the air and seemed to catch something. Swish! Han Fei shuttled like a golden light and broke through the air in the blink of an eye. Bam! Holding a meatball, Han Fei bumped into a gust of wind, crushing a lot of land. I'm out. Han Fei was excited. Anyone would go crazy after being trapped in a dark place for 7 years, right? Giggle. However, a figure suddenly appeared, and a gurgling sound came from his throat, waking Han Fei up. When Han Fei looked back, he saw a dry, skinny old man looking at him, his eyes distant. Yes, the Tai Chi eye is below the grassland. Back then, Zhao Xianglong had chosen this place for a reason. He just didn't consider that he would be trapped. Now that I've come out, I naturally appear in the desolate tomb. Han Fei was very sure that this was a desolate tomb. When the gust of wind blew past, Han Fei secretly cursed himself for being stupid. How could there be a gust of wind in a desolate tomb? Wasn't it supposed to be soundless? He had never doubted it, as early as when Shui Mutian entered the desolate tomb. He should have seen that this desolate tomb was not simple. However, when he came out of the heaven and earth natural array, he found that all this had been hinted, but he never understood it. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he was a skeleton at this moment. Zhao Xianglong might not recognize him, right? Immediately, Han Fei said with his soul voice, "Senior, it's me. I'm Han Fei, a human fighting with the sea demons. I was defeated by them, so I had to teleport here to seek shelter." Giggle. Dragon. Zhao Xianglong probably recognized Han Fei. So, his eyes that looked like they wanted to eat Han Fei were a little restrained. However, after seeing Han Fei, the first thing he asked was still the Azure Dragon. Han Fei couldn't say. I stole the dragon tail you buried. However, he had gone out several times to look for dragons, but he didn't find anything. This didn't seem to be easy to explain. Han Fei's heart thumped, and a venerable corpse appeared in front of him. Han Fei actually had 2 more of such corpses. However, in case Zhao Xianglong accumulated too much energy, he still didn't take out all of them. Han Fei immediately took out a palm-sized cone-shaped scale and said, "Senior, I was incompetent. I was sneak-attacked by the sea demons and the evil dragon and almost died. During the battle, I only took down a venerable in a hurry and grabbed a scale." Han Fei only felt his eyes blur, and the dragon's scale in his hand disappeared. A roar came from Zhao Xianglong's throat. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw that the scale was crushed inch by Zhao Xianglong. Han Fei felt his blood freeze and shouted frantically in his heart, "Don't be crazy! Don't be crazy! Don't be crazy until I'm gone." Han Fei couldn't help but remind him, "Senior, do you want to eat some? I have now found a way to destroy the sea demons and hunt the azure dragon. As long as 100 years, I will definitely be able to rescue you. I can even bring the azure dragon to you." Giggle! Zhao Xianglong turned his head to look at Han Fei, not in a hurry to eat, but said in a hoarse voice, "Your soul is greatly damaged. Your Tao heart is not strong. I can help you." Han Fei was about to say, "How can you help me?" Suddenly, Han Fei saw a big hand pressing on his head. At that time, Han Fei cursed in his heart, "My brain is now in my hand, but you are pressing my skull." However, the next moment, Han Fei felt like a movie was playing in his soul. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see what he looked like when he first came to this world, Tango, and he lived on the edge of the cliff in the Heavenly Water Village. The cave behind the small house was the secret of the 2 of them. Once, they swore together that they would become strong. Han Fei remembered He Xiaoyu, who once said hopefully, "My dream is to become a great fishing master like the village leader." Han Fei remembered that when he met old Jiang, it was the first time he came into contact with the spirit-gathering art, the first time he became a soul warrior with Jiang Qinghua, the first time he went to the Thug Academy, the first time he met Xia Shaochan and the others. Han Fei also remembered his adventure life of exploring the ocean, looking for treasures, and improving his strength. During that time, in addition to adventures, there was nothing but eating. When eating, Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Rinquang began to talk nonsense. From the level 2 fishery to the level 3 fishery, making enemies with the Sun family, entering the heavenly desolate city. At that time, when he entered the heavenly desolate city, Han Fei saw the tragedy of the human race for the first time. Now looking back, the people of a city died bravely. How sad was that? How resolute was that? These scenes appeared in Han Fei's eyes one by one. In the unknown place, Xia Shaochan was taken away by Chen Huangdian. The heavenly silkworm shocked the world, and he was devastated. At that time, he had made up his mind to kill the mermaids and mermen in this life. Later, his life ushered in a turning point. He entered the reincarnation cycle, and he met Shimin Linglan. He seemed to have lived an extra life. When he was a fool, all he thought about was how to protect Shimin Linglan. Later, when he was awakened, he wanted to fulfill Shimin Linglan's dream and break the pattern of human beings being ruled and oppressed by the big clans at that time. He unified the City of Justice and carried out reforms and innovations wholeheartedly for the future of the human race. At that time, it was actually very simple. When he looked back on these things one by one, he realized that he had been dormant in order to save the Scattered Stars Island from disaster and wipe out the big clans. Han Fei was a little confused. Was this Shimin Linglan's wish or his own? Immersed in the past, Han Fei suddenly realized that he had done so many things over the years. For a long time, everyone had regarded him as a savior. Including King Qing, perhaps old Han and the others had a greater purpose. However, there weren't many people who were as scheming as old Han. The limit of most people's vision was the king. Han Fei suddenly woke up. Do they want me to be a king? Or do I want to be a king? Chapter 1598. At this moment, Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was like a wise man, analyzing the composition of the entire cage. Han Fei had always thought that this cage was in the shape of a sun. In fact, it made sense, but it was still not delicate enough. It was not so much like a sun as an 8. Rather than an 8, it was more like a Tai Chi diagram. Indeed, when Han Fei knew that there were 2 such black holes in this cage, the true form of this cage was revealed. This was a super huge heaven and earth natural array. However, it was not an ordinary heaven and earth natural array. The Tai Chi diagram it outlined was not in the shape of a circle, but it was not in the shape of an 8. So, outside the cage, the heaven and earth natural array must have included an area. Although he hadn't seen the whole picture, with the 2 black holes in the Tai Chi diagram, Han Fei naturally knew its shape. Han Fei felt that this was probably a natural heaven and earth natural array, or a man-made, semi-natural formation. The large array could absorb energy from inside and outside the cage to maintain the seal of the cage. Perhaps it could absorb more energy from the outside world. This could also explain why the Waterwood Heaven and the Yin-Yang Heaven had very few strong masters. In fact, there was an obvious gap between the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. After all, the number of strong masters in the Waterwood Heaven was far greater than that of the Yin-Yang Heaven. Previously, Han Fei had always thought that this gap was caused by the Eye of the Heavenly Path. However, the Eye of the Heavenly Path could only prevent people from becoming kings, right? It didn't seem to have much effect on people in the respect state. But why was that? Han Fei pondered that perhaps the 2 black holes in the cage had different ways of absorbing external power. As for what the difference was, he would have to have a chance to see the other Tai Chi eye to know. In fact, these questions were easy to understand. What puzzled Han Fei was why they set up a heaven and earth natural array here. What was the purpose of trapping these people, sea demons and beasts? Perhaps this was a means of the human race to stop the sea demons? After all, in the Age of Doom, the sea demons invaded and caused a large number of deaths of land creatures. Perhaps I or a certain powerful person created this heaven and earth natural array with the power of heaven and earth. At the end of the day, this formation was equivalent to a barrier, equivalent to the Great Wall of China. It could stop the invasion of the sea demons. After all, there was the inheritance of the grand myriad mountains here, and it was surely a project from the Age of Chaos without a doubt. Any grand array was actually easy to enter, but hard to leave. As far as Han Fei knew, it wasn't difficult to enter the heaven and earth nature array. However, this was a heaven and earth nature formation. Even he had to expend quite a bit of effort to enter. Presumably, tens of thousands of years ago, it was easy to enter this heaven and earth nature formation, which was why so many creatures were trapped here. Perhaps it was because this heaven and earth nature formation was constantly absorbing energy to strengthen the cage. The person who came in was probably trying to increase his strength. As a result, the power it accumulated became stronger and stronger, causing the cage to be locked tightly. As for those who had entered, they would never be able to escape again. But as a master of arrays, Han Fei knew one thing very well. A great formation, can it absorb energy infinitely? Tens of thousands of years? Even if it was a real black hole, after absorbing endless energy, where would it go? Perhaps it was the final eruption. Perhaps the singularity that caused the Big Bang was a super black hole. Why did the Big Bang happen at the singularity? It was very likely that it had swallowed too many things. When the energy of the singularity reached a tipping point, the universe collapsed. Han Fei suddenly slapped his head and clicked his tongue. I'm so King smart. I can't believe this array reminded me of the Big Bang. Hiss. I'm afraid this cage has already reached its limit, hasn't it? Han Fei was dumbfounded as soon as he thought of this. So, The crack was not because the power of the seal was weakening, but because it had accumulated too much energy and was about to explode. Hiss! Not good. The old turtle was confused. What's wrong? Understanding all this, Han Fei suddenly understood why there were so many strong masters in the cage. There were hundreds of thousands of explorers. Because the energy absorbed by the heaven and earth nature formation was also supplied to them when it supplied the barrier of the cage to reduce the pressure of its energy expansion. However, the battle just now resulted in the death of countless venerables and explorers. Then, according to the conservation of energy, the power of these people after they died would either return to nature, be absorbed by others, or be absorbed by this black hole. In this way, if the magnificent energy poured into the eye of the formation at once, it would only accelerate the collapse of the cage. The old turtle asked a few questions, and Han Fei communicated his thoughts with the old turtle. The old turtle said unhurriedly, "If this cage collapses now, the million soldiers of Black Blood City will charge out, and I'm afraid the entire Inyang heaven will be destroyed." Han Fei's face became awful. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that the Big Bang will lead to the death of all the creatures in the cage. However, I think it hasn't reached the level of the Big Bang yet. Otherwise, when the crack appeared, it would have exploded a long time ago. But no matter what, we have to find a way to get out as soon as possible. As Han Fei thought, where there was absorption, there must be a way out. How to get out? Han Fei had already considered it. The suction force in the eye of the formation was extremely powerful. It seemed dangerous, but it should be the only way out. In this array, the energy of the outside world was being sucked in all the time. However, this suction was intermittent, sometimes very violent, sometimes very gentle. Presumably, at the most violent time, when the array was in a state of wide open, he would have the best chance to escape as soon as the connection was established. Han Fei left Forge the universe. As soon as Han Fei came out, his whole body began to spin rapidly. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. In fact, the way to break this array was not very difficult. After thinking it through, Han Fei knew how to break the array. He let the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel spin extremely fast, opposite the direction of the rotation of the eye of the formation. When they reached an equilibrium, he would be relatively still. This method seemed simple, but Han Fei had been exploring it for many years. It took Han Fei 7 years to find the eye of the formation. Even if he found the eye of the formation, if he didn't know anything, he would probably be trapped in it forever. The Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel rotated against a terrifying rotation force, and Han Fei could feel that he was breaking away and resisting the array. Crack, crack. 10 minutes later, when Han Fei saw a beam of white light, he was thrilled. He finally found a way out. But it was also at this moment that Han Fei's body began to crack. There was no other reason for this. It was simply because his physical body contained too much energy. He absorbed energy with his body, and now his body couldn't hold it anymore. Han Fei immediately dispersed the Yin-Yang Wheel in the sky. His body was still spinning at an extreme speed. Han Fei took out the fishing rod that he hadn't used for a long time and threw it at the white light. The fishing hook broke through the air and seemed to catch something. Swish! Han Fei shuttled like a golden light and broke through the air in the blink of an eye. Bam! Holding a meatball, Han Fei bumped into a gust of wind, crushing a lot of land. I'm out. Han Fei was excited. Anyone would go crazy after being trapped in a dark place for 7 years, right? Giggle. However, a figure suddenly appeared, and a chuckle came from his throat, waking Han Fei up. When Han Fei turned around, he saw a dry, skinny old man looking at him with a deep look in his eyes. Yes, the Tai Chi eye is below the grassland. Back then, Zhao Xianglong had chosen this place for a reason. He just didn't consider that he would be trapped. Now that I've come out, I naturally appear in the desolate tomb. Han Fei was very sure that this was a desolate tomb. When the gust of wind blew past, Han Fei secretly cursed himself for being stupid. How could there be a gust of wind in a desolate tomb? Wasn't it supposed to be soundless? He had never doubted it, as early as when Shui Mutian entered the desolate tomb. He should have seen that this desolate tomb was not simple. However, when he came out of the heaven and earth natural ray, he found that all this had been hinted, but he never understood it. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he was a skeleton at this moment. Zhao Xianglong might not recognize him, right? Immediately, Han Fei said with his soul voice, "Senior, it's me. I'm Han Fei, a human, fighting with the sea demons. I was defeated by them, so I had to teleport here to seek shelter." Giggle. Dragon. Zhao Xianglong probably recognized Han Fei. So his eyes that looked like they wanted to eat Han Fei were a little restrained. However, after seeing Han Fei, the first thing he asked was still the Azure Dragon. Han Fei couldn't say, "I stole the dragon tail you buried." However, he had gone out several times to look for dragons, but he didn't find anything. This didn't seem to be easy to explain. Han Fei's heart thumped, and a venerable corpse appeared in front of him. Han Fei actually had 2 more of such corpses. However, in case Zhao Xianglong accumulated too much energy, he still didn't take out all of them. Han Fei immediately took out a palm-sized cone-shaped scale and said, "Senior, I was incompetent. I was sneak attacked by the sea demons and the evil dragon and almost died. During the battle, I only took down a venerable in a hurry and grabbed a scale." Han Fei only felt his eyes blur, and the dragon scale in his hand disappeared. A roar came from Zhao Xianglong's throat. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw that the scale was crushed inch by Zhao Xianglong. Han Fei felt his blood freeze and shouted frantically in his heart, "Don't be crazy! Don't be crazy! Don't be crazy until I'm gone." Han Fei couldn't help but remind him, "Senior, do you want to eat some? I have now found a way to destroy the sea demons and hunt the Azure Dragon. As long as 100 years, I will definitely be able to rescue you. I can even bring the Azure Dragon to you." Giggle! Zhao Xianglong turned his head to look at Han Fei, not in a hurry to eat, but said in a hoarse voice, "Your soul is greatly damaged. Your Tao heart is not strong. I can help you." Han Fei was about to say, "How can you help me?" Suddenly, Han Fei saw a big hand pressing on his head. At that time, Han Fei cursed in his heart, "My brain is now in my hand, but you are pressing my skull." However, the next moment, Han Fei felt like a movie was playing in his soul. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see what he looked like when he first came to this world, Tenga, and he lived on the edge of the cliff in the heavenly water village. The cave behind the small house was the secret of the 2 of them. Once, they swore together that they would become strong. Han Fei remembered He Xiaoyu, who once said hopefully, "My dream is to become a great fishing master like the village leader." Han Fei remembered that when he met old Zhang, it was the first time he came into contact with the spirit gathering art, the first time he became a soul warrior with Zhang Qinghua, the first time he went to the Thug Academy, the first time he met Xia Shaochan and the others. Han Fei also remembered his adventure life of exploring the ocean, looking for treasures, and improving his strength. During that time, in addition to adventures, there was nothing but eating. When they were eating, Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Rinquang began to talk nonsense. From the level 2 fishery to the level 3 fishery, making enemies with the Sun family, entering the heavenly desolate city. At that time, when he entered the heavenly desolate city, Han Fei saw the tragedy of the human race for the first time. Looking back, the people of a city died bravely. How sad was that? How resolute was that? These scenes appeared in Han Fei's eyes one by one. In the unknown place, Xia Shaochan was taken away by Chen Huangdian. The heavenly silkworm shocked the world, and he was devastated. At that time, he had made up his mind to kill the mermaids and mermen in this life. Later, his life ushered in a turning point. He entered the reincarnation cycle, and he met Shimin Linglan. He seemed to have lived an extra life. When he was a fool, all he thought about was how to protect Shimin Linglan. Later, When he was awakened, he wanted to fulfill Shimin Linglan's dream and break the pattern of human beings being ruled and oppressed by the big clans at that time. He unified the City of Justice and carried out reforms and innovations wholeheartedly for the future of the human race. At that time, it was actually very simple. When he recalled these things one by one, he realized that he had been dormant in order to save the Scattered Stars Island from disaster and wipe out the big clans. Han Fei was a little confused. Was this Shimin Linglan's wish or his own? Immersed in the past, Han Fei suddenly realized that he had done so many things over the years. For a long time, everyone had regarded him as a savior, including King Qing. Perhaps old Han and the others had a greater purpose. However, there weren't many people who were as scheming as old Han. The limit of most people's vision was the king. Han Fei suddenly woke up. Do they want me to be a king? Or do I want to be a king? Chapter 1599. Han Fei didn't expect that other people could help him find his belief. How did Zhao Xianglong see that his belief was not strong enough? Before, Han Fei had always been vague. What was his belief? There seemed to be a lot. Some of his hopes were strong, and some seemed very strong. There were too many things that he had to do. Perhaps this is the reason why my Tao heart is in disorder and not strong enough. For a moment, many people flashed before Han Fei's eyes. Han Fei did feel that there were still many things waiting for him to accomplish after he became a king. Sweeping across the big families, finding Xia Shaochan, beating up Chen Huangdian, rebuilding the heavenly, desolate city. I even want to unify the 36 Xiantian realms. All of these, except for finding Xia Shaochan and beating up Chen Huangdian, were the truest thoughts in the bottom of his heart. None of the other thoughts seemed to be his real thoughts. Yes, even sweeping across the big families seemed to be Shimin Linglan's wish, wasn't it? In fact, Han Fei had never been humiliated by the big families. Shimin Linglan was expelled from the family when she was a child. Therefore, Shimin Linglan hated the hypocrisy and intrigue of the big families, and the belief that Han Fei established was indeed not enough. At this moment, Han Fei's soul was beating crazily. In an instant, Han Fei recalled everything he had experienced in this life. The happiest time was in the level 2 fishery. At that time, although Wenrenyu followed him, Wenrenyu allowed him and his team to explore the sea freely. At that time, his life was full of surprises every day. Han Fei suddenly realized that his favorite thing had always been exploration and treasure hunting. It was as simple as that, just like when he was a captain on Earth and sailed to the ocean. That kind of excitement and that kind of craziness was his deepest desire. The old turtle watched this scene quietly in the depths of Han Fei's consciousness. He didn't know what Han Fei saw. The fire of his soul was beating so violently. Zhao Xianglong was a lunatic. A lunatic looking for a belief for a fool? Would that work? The old turtle could easily tell that no matter what Zhao Xianglong's belief was before, what he used to be determined to do, now it must be to slay dragons. Would he turn Han Fei into a dragon-slaying boy? Suddenly, Han Fei said something that he had said countless times in the past. My journey is the boundless sea. At that moment, Han Fei came back to himself. The soul fire in his eyes flickered as if he had an epiphany. At this time, although Han Fei hadn't made a breakthrough. However, the old turtle knew that from this moment on, Han Fei was different. At this moment, his temperament was completely different from before. He seemed to have found himself. He had really found his Taoist heart. The old turtle murmured, "Found just like that?" This guy had spent so much time in the past, but he didn't even know what he was so stubborn about. Zhao Xianglong found it with just a pat? The old turtle did not know that the humans of the 36 profound heavens did not know the standards and methods they used to become kings. Perhaps it was just as he had said. The tortoise was a creature that became stronger when it was asleep. Perhaps he had become a king in an inexplicable manner. However, other living beings were different. The 10,000 races had their own unique characteristics. especially in a place like the 36 mysterious skies. If one wanted to become a king of a generation, it was not something that could be casually said and become a king. Every king had a unique personality, and they all had different stubbornness. However, all of this was more or less related to their life experiences and insights. At this moment, Han Fei came to his senses and looked at his personal information immediately. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 86. Peak intermediate venerable. Chaotic energy, none. Spiritual power greater than 61,646. Damaged. Perception range greater than 22,000 kilometers. Power greater than 9,000 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish. Level 75. Second spiritual beast, king sparrow. Level 59. Main art, void fishing. Level 6. Sky stealing technique, venerable level, divine quality. When he saw this information, Han Fei wanted to laugh out loud. Unfortunately, he was just a skeleton now. He just opened his mouth slightly. His strength exceeded 9,000 waves. This meant that Han Fei had broken through the barrier of the intermediate venerable realm. But his strength could not increase anymore because his realm had not broken through yet. The limit of his Taoist heart behind the power of his soul had disappeared. Now all that was left was the current number of souls. This meant that there was no upper limit for the growth of his soul power. Since there was no barrier, once Han Fei's soul power recovered, he could break through the barrier of the intermediate venerable realm in an instant. Immediately, Han Fei clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have found my way. But, Senior, don't worry. The Azure Dragon is a great enemy of the human race. I will do my best to take down that evil dragon." Although Zhao Xianglong was crazy, he was still a human being. Although his mind was in a mess, he could still feel human emotions. However, his chaotic brain might not help him clearly judge whether it was good or bad. But at least Han Fei's performance in all aspects was very good. He was very considerate, just like his own disciple. This made him very comfortable. Zhao Xianglong said in a hoarse voice, "Keep alive until the day I return." Han Fei said, "I will remember." Hearing the conversation between these two, the old turtle only wanted to say that this Zhao Xianglong was simply the dumbest king in the world. As long as he was not crazy, he would definitely be able to tell that Han Fei had been making things up from the beginning to the end. As soon as the grave opened, Han Fei appeared on the grassland just like the first time. When Han Fei looked back, the grave was already far away, and he had reached the edge of the grave and could go out at any time. If he could go out, Han Fei certainly couldn't stay in this desolate grave. Although Zhao Xianglong helped him find his real way, what if Zhao Xianglong went crazy intermittently and suddenly came out to kill him? As a lunatic, what was impossible? As soon as he stepped out of the grassland, Han Fei felt the aura of the outside world. Immediately, Han Fei felt much more comfortable. Fortunately, he came out. If he stayed in that dark space for another few decades, he would definitely be suffocated. Leaving the grassland, Han Fei carried his flesh and soon came to the outside of the Death Valley. When Han Fei was about to reach the Death Valley, he found that Jin Tong was already standing outside the valley, and the Jade Girl was also in the seal. Han Fei didn't know what the seal of the Death Valley was. Why could the Jade Girl only stay in the seal and not come out? But it didn't matter. Jin Tong was surprised. "You really didn't die." Han Fei patted his bones. "I ran into some trouble, but finally I came back safely." This kind of conversation was very strange. An undying covered in deathly aura and a dazzling golden skeleton. It was as if they were two monsters. Jin Tong looked at Han Fei up and down. What state are you in now?" Han Fei's current appearance was too weird. He had never heard of a skeleton carrying a body. Han Fei grinned. "The King Tribulation caused my golden body to be too strong, but my flesh and blood are a bit weak. For the time being, I just can't merge with them. The corners of Jean Tong's mouth twitched. That's really a good reason. Jean Tong looked back, then turned back and looked at Han Fei strangely. I never thought that an intermediate venerable could pass the king tribulation. Now you say you are the 9th immortal master. I can believe you unconditionally. Ha ha ha. It's up to you. But I have to go. I'm here today to pick up my contractual spiritual beast. Looking at little Fatty, who had been staring at him with widened eyes, Han Fei casually put away the defense arrays. Little Fatty was probably dumbfounded too. Damn, he left for a year and he came back as a skeleton? More importantly, he didn't die? In the past year, little Fatty didn't dare to take a step out of the array, fearing that Han Fei would die at any time. Once he went out, he would be killed and his chance of resurrection would be consumed. In that case, he wouldn't be able to resurrect him. Although this fool's master had turned into a skeleton, he was still its master. Little Fatty shrugged. I slept for a year. Han Fei recalled little Fatty into Forge the Universe. You're lagging behind now. You have to work hard to make up for it. Putting away little Fatty, Han Fei looked at Jean Tong and asked, what was the final result of that battle? Jean Tong said, in the battle that day, a total of 128 venerables died in the entire cage. Among them, on the battlefield of the Immortal City, 41 from Black Blood City died, and 32 from the Immortal City died, for a total of 73. 55 died in the Life and Death Gorge, but the Demon Beast Alliance had a false king. Obviously, Black Blood City didn't win. Han Fei didn't say anything, but listened quietly. Jean Tong said, on that day, apart from the Venerables, the 7th Island and the 6 islands had the smoothest battles. After the battle, according to incomplete statistics, as many as 150,000 explorers died in Black Blood City. More than 500,000 people below the explorer level died. About half of the people in the Immortal City died in Black Blood City. As for the explorers, more than 50,000 died. Hearing Jean Tong's description, Han Fei was shocked. Damn it, how much energy returned to the cage? Han Fei suddenly asked, has there been any change in the cage in the past year? Jean Tong looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, the environment in the cage is getting worse and worse, and there are more space cracks. Occasionally, energy tides burst out from the space cracks. Those below the explorer level are vulnerable to the impact. Han Fei thought, that's right. There were simply too many people who had perished. The Heaven and Earth Natural Array finally transmitted a large amount of energy out to feed so many venerables and explorers. However, within one day, those venerables and explorers were all returned. It would be strange if there were no problems. However, it was just the energy tides. It seemed that there were no major problems. Hardly had Han Fei said that when Jean Tong said, also there are cracks in some parts of the cage, but we still can't get out. However, it's more likely that we can get out. Han Fei was shocked. A crack has appeared? Damn it, it's not possible now. If the creatures in the cage went out now, it would be an unprecedented blow to both the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. He couldn't even imagine it. Han Fei's heart sank. I have to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. I have to go to the Forest of Horrors first, swallow the ownerless soul in the dragon head, and become an advanced venerable as soon as possible. Han Fei hummed and said straightforwardly, I'm leaving. I will come back when it's time. After a moment of silence, Jean Tong said, okay. However, I think you should go to the human gathering place behind the battle line. Huh. The 3rd chapter, asking for votes. Moi, brothers who read this, for the sake of the coherence and reasonableness of the work. Some chapters have too many descriptions and logical parts, so I can't help it. However, the plot of the Yin-Yang Heaven should be over in November. No, Fang Long, end of this chapter. Chapter 1600. Hearing Jean Tong's words, Han Fei didn't know what Jean Tong wanted to show him. However, since he had come out, he didn't mind waiting for a day or two. Let's go and have a look. At this time, the Immortal City should no longer have to worry about Black Blood City's attack. Over at the Life and Death Gorge, 55 Venerables had died. Black Blood City didn't have a fake king there. So many Venerables must have died. The reason why only 55 Venerables had died in the Life and Death Gorge, it must be because the space there was too limited, so they couldn't fight freely. However, even so, Han Fei felt that the number of Venerables in Black Blood City should have dropped to less than 190. The once arrogant Black Blood City had lost nearly 100 Venerables in just a few years. No matter which faction it was, they would not be able to accept such a speed of decline. Now, in the cage, the Demon Beast Alliance should be the most outstanding. If Black Blood City dared to act rashly again, for example, the Black Killer Snail King left Black Blood City, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, 190 Venerables was not a small number at all. It was better than the 80 Venerables in the Immortal City, right? Therefore, Han Fei knew that the cage should have fallen into a short period of peace. Besides, Han Fei also realized that it was not appropriate to cause more Venerables to die in a short period of time. Otherwise, if the cage exploded and caused all the creatures in the cage to die, or if the cage really collapsed, a large number of creatures in the cage would escape, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In the area between the Immortal City and the human front line, there were countless islands. Among them, the closer to the front line, the stronger the comprehensive strength of the islands. The strength of the cultivators on the islands was generally relatively strong. On the human islands, the first thing all children learned after they were born, apart from learning to speak, was not to discriminate against the immortals. The adults would tell all kinds of stories about how the immortals protected people. However, in the territory of the living, the immortals would rarely go there. Only when there were occasional patrols would the immortals and human experts patrol the island together. The Gale Island was a living island with a length of more than 2,000 kilometers. There were about 3 million people living here, among whom only about 10 were explorers. The rest were all below the explorer level. Such islands were far behind the front line. The only thing to be careful on the island was not to let the sea demon spies sneak in. Therefore, even during peaceful times, there would always be a half-venerable realm powerhouse and many explorers stationed on the island to guard and manage it. Buzz, on this day the wind resistance competition was being held on the island. The so-called wind resistance competition was related to the unique terrain of the Gale Island. Because there was a concave strait on Gale Island, a super hurricane would form for a period of time every year. Every year, cultivators from the nearby islands would send people to participate in the wind resistance competition. According to the strength of the wind in the wind resistance strait, from the hanging fishers to the law enforcers, there were teams of contestants of different realms, and they had their own strengths in different areas. On the island, there were also relatively safe areas. These areas were often surrounded by low-level cultivators, and there were also quite a few children. Basically, wherever there was room for people to stand, it was packed with people. Han Fei traveled through the void and was also attracted by this unique game. Originally, Han Fei wanted to observe it. As a result, with a sweep of his divine telekinesis, he saw a statue erected on the island. When he saw the statue, Han Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Isn't that me? Since when has my statue been erected on a human island? This Gale Island was just an island that he passed by casually. Just like this, he saw his own statue. That meant that there should be statues on other islands too. However, this statue was too majestic and fierce, wasn't it? Han Fei felt that it was not like him at all. He was such a gentle person. Cough, cough! The statue was built according to his strong and domineering image in the Immortal City. His eyes were fierce, and his face was fierce. He stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Those who didn't know him might think that he was a king. However, when Han Fei saw the words engraved under the statue, he couldn't help but be shocked. The ninth immortal master, Han Fei. Tisk, TSK Jin Tong. Is he so smart? Han Fei had been wondering why he felt that his power of faith doubled during the days when he was trapped. It turned out that this was the reason. Han Fei couldn't believe that Jin Tong didn't agree to erect this statue. Except for Jin Tong, who else knew about the ninth immortal master? Therefore, this must be Jin Tong's idea. At this moment, under his statue, he saw a young man kneeling in front of his statue and praying. While the Gale Island was watching the wind resistance competition, Wang Hai came to Han Fei's statue alone. Wang Hai looked up at the statue for a long time and finally said, "People worship you as the god of war. I also watched the war last year. Indeed, too many venerables died, and they said it was all thanks to you. However, my parents didn't come back. I know it's not your fault. I just blame myself. I wish I could enter the 7 Islands battlefield and slaughter the sea demons. I wish I could fight to the death in the sea and spill my blood on the netherworld. Senior God of War, can't I become a strong man just by cultivating my physical body?" Wang Hai looked at the statue for a long time, sighed slightly, got up, and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he felt a voice vibrating in his mind. "Don't you hate this god of war?" "Who?" Wang Hai looked back sensitively. As a result, he suddenly saw a black-robed undead standing in front of him without him knowing when he had arrived. The people on the island rarely saw the undead. Undead usually wouldn't come to the island. After all, the Undying's aura of death was very dense. If one stayed with an Undying for too long, it would be easy for the aura of death to invade one's body and damage one's foundation. But when Wang Hai saw that it was an Undying, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Hai cupped his hands. "Wang Hai greets, Lord Undying." Han Fei could tell that the young man seemed to respect the Undying very much. Come to think of it, it was because the Undying were the reincarnations of humans who had fallen in battle. Han Fei slightly nodded. Han Fei was wearing a black robe and facing Wang Hai, but the kid couldn't tell what he looked like. Wang Hai shook his head. "No, although my father and mother died in this great battle, they were still able to survive. However, I know that the fall of a few people is for the continuation of the entire human race. Everyone will die one day. I only hope that after I die, I can be reincarnated into an immortal like you." Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, are kids nowadays so mature? Han Fei didn't want to come down. However, when Han Fei glanced at this young man, he found that this boy's qi and blood were strong, but his soul was weak. Obviously, he was congenitally biased. Since he was here, the young man had been kneeling in front of his statue for so long. Although Han Fei knew that this young man was more talking to himself. But after all, he was telling and praying to you. After all, he was the god of war, and his statue was standing here. Since he had met him, he couldn't just do nothing, right? Han Fei said, "Young man, I can tell you very responsibly. If you only cultivate your body, you can also become a peerless master." In fact, Han Fei was certainly not talking nonsense. This was a sudden epiphany Han Fei had when he escaped from the heaven and earth natural array. However, Han Fei gave up this idea, because if he only cultivated his body, he would definitely be severely biased. Becoming strong for a while would inevitably become more and more difficult. Even so, Han Fei was still sure that there must be such a group of people in this world. They didn't have many resources, nor did they have any powerful techniques, so they could only focus on cultivating their body or soul. Of course, those who persisted in taking a path could become stronger. There was no doubt about this. Although Han Fei wouldn't take this path himself, this didn't prevent him from teaching others to take it. However, it was very difficult to focus on cultivating the body. As long as this child had enough perseverance, it was possible for him to become a strong master. Sure enough, Wang Hai's eyes lit up and he looked at Han Fei in surprise, and then a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, Wang Hai knelt on the ground. "Senior, please teach me." Han Fei gladly accepted. Since he was in a good mood, He taught this child a few great techniques. Han Fei said, "Are you sure? You really want to take this path? I can tell you that this path is the path that the god of war in front of you once walked. The path is very difficult. Do you still want to take it?" Wang Hai suddenly raised his head and said in shock, "The path that Senior God of War walked?" Wang Hai immediately said resolutely, "I'm willing. Please teach me the techniques, Senior. I will do my best to strangle sea demons and protect the immortal city." Han Fei grinned. "Then you have to ask the God of War if he's willing." Huh. Wang Hai was stunned. "Well, how do I ask?" Han Fei said, "Just close your eyes and pray to him wholeheartedly." Wang Hai froze for a moment and then nodded solemnly. Then he knelt down in front of Han Fei's statue and clasped his fists. Seeing this scene, Han Fei casually pointed, and a golden light went directly into the center of Wang Hai's eyebrows. Wang Hai's body trembled, and his mind instantly went blank. But immediately afterward, great techniques flowed in his mind. He could clearly see the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, 108 desolate god body, great desolate body technique, and other body-refining techniques. Han Fei didn't teach him the indestructible body. After all, not everyone was like him and possessed so many fortuitous encounters, and treasures if he really taught the indestructible body. This young man might kill himself after practicing it for a short time. At this moment, Wang Hai's sleeves were fluttering, and golden light was flowing around him. Han Fei didn't care, but suddenly he saw there was a tattoo on the young man's shoulder, which seemed a bit familiar. Bam! Wang Hai's clothes exploded. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flickered, and he was puzzled. "Dragon tattoo." The old turtle nodded. "It seems to be natural, but not complete." Han Fei couldn't help wondering, is it possible that some people from the dragon-taming heaven didn't die back then? Are they still carrying on the family line here? Just when Han Fei was puzzled, he sensed something unusual and turned his head. "Come out." The next moment, a half-venerable powerhouse walked out. "I'm Zhao Tong." "Greetings, Venerable." "Master, this is—" Han Fei put his hands behind his back, and his soul vibrated in the air. Although this boy's soul is weak, he was born with great strength. It's up to him to teach him a great technique. Zhao Tong was puzzled. "Why did you blow up his clothes?" "If you just want to teach him a technique, I won't come out." Han Fei said again, "Zhao Tong, right? When you are free, send this boy to the Forbidden Island. He can go there, but you can't." Zhao Tong, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1601. Han Fei had already made arrangements to take this child named Wang Hai to the Forbidden Island. Han Fei believed that Jin Tong might be interested in this child. However, would Zhao Tong carry out his orders? Han Fei didn't know. When it came to fortuitous encounters, it depended on fate. Even if he left the opportunity, it would depend on the child's luck. After that, Han Fei stepped into the void and didn't watch the game anymore. Han Fei went directly to the Firestone Island. However, there weren't many people on the Firestone Island at this moment. Many of them were injured, and they were all Han Fei's former subordinates. Perhaps they couldn't even be considered subordinates. He was just temporarily commanding them. Before Han Fei left, he asked them to hunt more resources and bring them back. Now, he couldn't fulfill his promise for the time being. Since everyone thought that he had died in his current state, he might as well pretend that he had died. This way, it would be more memorable. The power of hope was what he needed. His current spiritual qi disassembly rate had reached 81%, which was completely based on the accumulation of a huge amount of willpower. Han Fei estimated that if he slowly deduced this thing, even with Forge the Universe, it would take him decades. That kind of long wait was unacceptable to Han Fei. After all, he was not an ascetic monk, but a person who liked to explore the unknown. Without any reluctance, Han Fei left the territory of the Immortal City. Han Fei felt that smart people should know when to leave. It was meaningless for him to stay in the immortal city anymore. Now, Han Fei couldn't say that he had completely solved the crisis of the immortal city, but at least he had rearranged the relationship pattern in the cage. If the Black Blood City, which had lost nearly 100 masters, still attacked everywhere without a plan, then there must be something wrong with their brains. After leaving the outer sea of the immortal city, Han Fei felt like a dragon returning to the sea again. At least, this feeling was more comfortable and satisfying than managing the life and death of countless people. About 1,000,000 kilometers away from the immortal city, Han Fei found that there were people hunting marine creatures here. Yes, the strategy of the immortal city seemed to have changed too. With the abandonment of the sea demons battle line, there was more and more room for human beings to expand. Of course, this was a good thing. On the way, Han Fei killed a few explorer-level sea creatures. When the void lines absorbed the souls of those creatures, Han Fei found that it was actually possible for him to absorb their soul power as a peak level, middle level, venerable. It was just that the amount he was absorbing wasn't much anymore. After all, the levels of these sea demons were too low. The soul power that an explorer-level creature could give to Han Fei was about 10 to 30 points. Therefore, there seemed to be no need to attack them anymore. After all, he had to kill nearly 100 of them to steadily reach 1,000 points. And if he reached 1,000 points, it meant that he would have to run around on the sea all day and alert the enemy, looking at the helpless look on Han Fei's face, the old turtle said. In fact, it's not that they're feeding you less and less soul power. It's just that the quality of their souls is too poor compared to yours. Therefore, the amount of divine soul power that can be converted into yours will be extremely small. If there are tens of thousands of explorer-level creatures at your disposal. In fact, you don't need to go to the forest of horrors to make up for your soul power. Han Fei curled his lips and said, "According to this speed of soul feeding, how many explorer-level creatures do I have to kill? Even if there are so many explorer-level creatures to hunt, their deaths will add too much pressure to this cage. And as long as they are alive, they can continue to digest and devour the energy and spiritual energy in the cage." Of course, it wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to hunt, but he didn't want to lose the big picture. Of course, as long as he was willing, as long as he hunted a few more times, he might be able to attract venerables and quickly restore his soul power. However, once too many strong masters died in the cage, the pressure on the heaven and earth nature array would be too great. The consequences would be far more serious than killing thousands of explorers or a few venerables. At least millions of explorers were trapped in the entire cage. If it were outside, it would be enough to make the yin-yang heavens and the waterwood heavens blood freeze. On the contrary, if the cage exploded like a singularity, everyone would probably be annihilated. Therefore, no matter which result it was, Han Fei didn't want it to happen. 3 days later, Han Fei came to an abandoned sea demon city. This place was filled with void turbulence, and there were all kinds of knife lights, sword marks, rod shadows, and fist energy. Shadows appeared and disappeared in this city. There were ruins everywhere. It could be seen that this city had experienced a devastating blow. All kinds of buildings had basically collapsed. Even so, there were still many Tao-seeking state and a few sea spirit state creatures here. They explored the city in groups. The place where the strong fought had become an adventure paradise for latecomers. Here, there might be opportunities everywhere. After all, many sea demon venerables had died. Some venerables had settled down in these cities. The resources they left behind certainly wouldn't be too bad. In fact, there were indeed some. Han Fei saw that somewhere in the city there was a hidden array. Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. Little White's perception told him that there was nothing good. After all, Little Black and Little White were now intermediate explorers, and they were very picky when it came to choosing things. Little White didn't like them, and Han Fei naturally didn't like them either. After walking for another half a day, Han Fei saw 3 more cities like the ones he had seen before. It could be seen that when the Black Killer Snail King fought in the Immortal City last year, the Black Blood City must have been attacked by the venerable realm powerhouses of the Demon Beast Alliance. Many cities had been abandoned. Passing by several abandoned cities, Han Fei also found some new sea demon cities. It could be said that there were many things waiting to be done. Many low-level sea demons went in and out, looking very busy. The old turtle asked, "Do you want to go to these cities? Maybe we can rob some good things." Han Fei couldn't help saying, "Am I so easily satisfied now? What good things can there be in these newly built cities? The real good things are in the Black Blood City." The old turtle was speechless. "Wait, do you still want to go to the Black Blood City in your current situation? Do you think your bones are not bright enough? Or do you think you don't have enough death energy?" Han Fei was speechless. "What are you talking about? My golden body is bright, but I have the Gemini divine technique. If I sneak attack them with my black fog body, the Black Killer Snail King may not be able to detect me." Okay. However, whether he entered the Black Blood City or not, Han Fei at least had to see where the Black Blood City was. Black Blood City. It was different from the White Shell Royal City that Han Fei had seen. The Black Blood City was also covered by a large array which couldn't be entered easily. However, this couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei stuck to the back of a half-venerable realm big demon and floated in openly. As soon as he entered the Black Blood City, Han Fei found that screw-type buildings were popular here. Here, Tao-seeking state conches could be seen everywhere. Han Fei was speechless. How much did the Black Killer Snail King like its own kind? Was it really okay to have conches everywhere in its home? Because conches might prefer to eat seaweed, there were mainly two types of seaweed in this Black Blood City. One was the luminous seaweed, which was used for viewing and lighting. After all, a bright space was better than a dark space. Fish also had their own pursuits. In addition, there was the kind of algae with thick leaves that could be eaten by conches. The entire area of the Black Blood City was actually not much larger than the White Shell Royal City. Its radius was no more than 1,000 kilometers. In this 1,000 kilometers, the real town was only about 300 kilometers. Other places were like the outskirts of the city, sparsely populated with only a few explorer-level monsters living here. Sea demons and some explorer-level sea creatures were also here. Occasionally, the two sides could be seen fighting, but it wasn't the kind that risked their lives. Coming here, Han Fei naturally wouldn't use his perception anymore, but asked the old turtle to inform him. The old turtle said, "There are 92 venerables in the city. It seems that they have completely let go of the battle line in the Immortal City and called back all the venerable experts." Han Fei sneered. For now, this is the nature of sea demons. They just wanted to rest and recuperate for a while. Once they recover, the battle line will press on again. However, I hope they haven't been annihilated by me by then. Han Fei quietly swam into the Black Blood City. Because he didn't affect the water flow at all, he didn't cause any spatial fluctuations. Therefore, no one would find him for the time being. Even though he was the Black Killer Snail, he wouldn't sweep his house randomly at any time and any place every day. After a while, Han Fei came to a castle-like building standing on the central peak of the Black Blood City. There were buildings halfway up and at the foot of the mountain, all of which were occupied by venerables. And the whole mountain was full of demonic energy. It must be a demon heritage. Seeing the demon heritage, Han Fei's first thought was, can I blow it up? However, this crazy idea was still ruled out by Han Fei. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. Even if he was in a cage, others might not care about this, but he couldn't. As if he was used to being bold, Han Fei quietly sneaked over. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that a figure was crazily rushing at him not far away. He didn't need to scan it with his perception to see that it was a big conch. With a bang, that thing knocked Han Fei's black shadow away. Fortunately, he was now in the form of mist, and it was the kind of pure black. And the big conch happened to be black. After being hit by the big conch, Han Fei happened to be attached to it. The old turtle reminded Han Fei, "You're really lucky. It's a demi-king." Because it was too fast, Han Fei heard someone say, "Snail soul, don't be so reckless every time." If I didn't know better, I would have thought that someone was attacking my black blood city. The snail soul slowed down a little and hummed, "Yu Tianai, don't make trouble. I have something to talk to my king." Yu Tianai sneered. "Don't you know that my king is recovering from his wounds? What's so important about the Forest of Horrors that you have to talk to my king?" At this moment, in the castle at the top, a voice said, "Okay, what's the noise? Both of you, come here." Han Fei didn't expect that he was so lucky. He was going to see an old acquaintance as soon as he came to Black Blood City. Second update, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1602. In the castle of Black Blood City, the palace where the Black Killer Snail King lived. This was an ancient castle made of the shell of the Black Killer Snail King and the molted silkworm. Han Fei could feel the gravity from this place and the looming array patterns. Perhaps the sirens preferred their original forms. When they were at home, the Black Killer Snail King showed up in the form of a giant snail, like a small mountain. The snail soul and Yu Tianai stood at the foot of the giant black snail. The Black Killer Snail King said, "Snail soul, what's going on with the quakes in the Forest of Horrors?" The snail soul said angrily, "King, I think the Forest of Horrors must have become arrogant because we've been greatly weakened. I went to ask about the spatial anomaly, but I was stopped outside. They told me that it was a problem when the Forest of Horrors was offering sacrifices. Listen, they were obviously lying to kids. Who did those monsters offer sacrifices to? King, I think the Forest of Horrors must be hiding something from us." The Black Killer Snail King frowned. "The Forest of Horrors is so domineering now." The snail soul nodded. "Of course. I think that if Black Blood City wasn't still strong, I wouldn't be able to return. I wouldn't be able to come back from this trip." The Black Killer Snail King asked, "What do you mean?" The snail soul said, "I feel that those guys are even crazier." Han Fei heard the conversation between the Black Killer Snail King and the snail soul. It seemed that something was wrong with the Forest of Horrors. That was why the Black Killer Snail King sent the snail soul to ask questions. But obviously, the Forest of Horrors didn't care about the snail soul. Yu Tianai said, "Snail soul, is it because you're too domineering? It's not the first time you've done that." The Black Killer Snail roared, "What are you talking about? Don't tell me you think that I have to bully people by running into their territory alone. I just think it's weird. The Forest of Horrors has always been close to us, but in the past year, our relationship has plummeted. That's definitely not a good thing." The Black Killer Snail King said unhurriedly, "One thing for sure is that the Forest of Horrors isn't as close to the Demon Beast Alliance as we are. According to the Demon Beast Alliance, the demon beasts won't let the Forest of Horrors go easily. If that's the case, the Forest of Terror wouldn't be too hostile towards us. At the very least, he won't be our enemy. But no matter what, this alliance cannot be broken. Yu Tian, AI, make another trip to the Forest of Horrors. Our relationship with the Forest of Terror cannot be severed. After all, the Monster Beast Alliance has already formed an alliance with humans." Yu Tianai immediately said, "Yes, my king." Hearing this news, Han Fei sneered in his heart. This was a good opportunity. Yu Tianai, right? His strength had improved tremendously. I can try to take down a half-king realm powerhouse. If he killed Yu Tianai, would it cause hostility between Black Blood City and the Terror Forest? However, as soon as he thought of this, he heard the old turtle say, "Don't you consider the stability of this cage?" Han Fei's heart sank. He had forgotten about it again. However, it was still challenging for Han Fei to kill a demi-king level expert. Unfortunately, the old tortoise was right, although it was very tempting to kill a half-step realm monarch. However, for the sake of the big picture, Han Fei decided to leave it alone for now. Or rather, why did he have to kill Yu Tian'ai? If he pretended to be a demonic plant of the Forest of Terror, the entire 1,000-mountain ancient realm would be in his hands, and he hadn't used it yet. It would be a waste. The snail soul snorted and looked at Yu Tian'ai. I'd like to see what you can get out of her. The snail soul and Yu Tian'ai didn't seem to like each other. However, with the Black Killer Snail King around, they were safe. The Black Killer Snail King, however, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He scanned the entire Black Blood City with his perception. He said, "Snail Soul, did anything happen on your way back?" The Snail Soul was confused. "No, I didn't encounter any obstacles." The Black Killer Snail King nodded slightly and thought, maybe I'm overthinking. He said, "All right, Yu Tian'ai will go to the Forest of Horrors again. Snail Soul, try again and see if there's still a chance to save the crack in the cage." Humph! Han Fei is already dead. You can consider entering the Yin Yang Heaven again. The Snail Soul asked in surprise, "My king, didn't you say that there are a lot of experts in the Yin Yang Heaven? If we split up and go again, wouldn't that leave Black Blood City empty of power?" The Black Killer Snail King said, "It doesn't matter. Recently, the turbulence of energy in the cage has become more and more violent, and the crack in the void has multiplied. That's not a good thing. We have to make preparations in advance." Han Fei was intrigued. Did Black Blood City have other cage cracks? The Black Killer Snail King wasn't a real king after all, and it didn't notice Han Fei, who was right under its nose. It was just like when Han Fei was still a beginner explorer. Peaceful didn't notice Han Fei at first glance. Anyway, he wasn't going to kill Yu Tian'ai right now. Han Fei simply attached himself to the shell of the snail soul and left the city. On the way, the snail soul snorted and said to itself, "Leave the cage? How can it be so easy? I finally found a way out, but I almost collapsed. That damn place is filled with void storms. How can I find a way out?" Han Fei listened to the snail soul's complaints. Led by the snail soul, they found the place where the void storms were. In the void, there was a crack that was more than 300 feet long. It looked like an eye. Billowing energy and spiritual energy filled this place from all directions. Han Fei's first thought was, is this the saint realm that the Black Killer Snail King created in the Yin Yang Heaven? But there was still a big difference in size and shape. This place seemed to have just been formed. Numerous spatial rifts were opening and closing within the pitch-black spatial rift. Every time they opened and closed, a void crack swallowed a large amount of energy and spiritual energy. Then a new crack appeared in the void again. "Hiss," Han Fei said in shock. "Old Yuan, is the cage leaking energy to the outside world in this way?" The old turtle said, "This method can't last long. Because this cage is too solid, it has endless energy to maintain its supply. There shouldn't be many places that can crack the void. The speed of energy leakage is almost negligible compared to the two huge eyes of the formation." There was a venerable guarding this crack. When he saw the snail soul, he immediately said, "Master Snail Soul." The snail soul nodded and said, "Yes, I'll keep an eye on this place. You go somewhere else." "Yes, master." After the venerable left, the snail soul sat cross-legged in this place that was full of energy and spiritual energy. Her big shell began to glow, and energy and spiritual energy quickly gathered. Han Fei was speechless. "You're already a half-king. Why do you still need to cultivate? If you keep cultivating, you'll have to pass the king's tribulation." The snail soul suddenly sensed something. Because it had absorbed a lot of energy, it scanned it with its senses. Han Fei quietly peeled off from the snail soul and left quietly. He was just passing by Black Blood City. It was important to get a general understanding of their situation. Since they couldn't go to the Yin Yang Heaven, it was time for him to tease Yu Tian'ai as soon as he left Black Blood City. Han Fei's speed naturally accelerated. Han Fei tracked Yu Tianai's location with the nautical panorama. It turned out that she was still in Black Blood City. Of course, Han Fei didn't panic. Slowly, Han Fei came to a place about 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Forest of Horrors. In fact, some oily algae had already appeared here. Because they were oily and sticky, they were all stuck to the bottom of the sea. It looked as if the bottom of the sea was covered with a layer of carpet. Han Fei was sure that these algae had no consciousness. Therefore, he stayed here and waited for Yu Tianai. 1 day, 2 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Yu Tianai finally arrived. Besides, Yu Tianai seemed to be here for vacation. She didn't move fast. The old turtle had long sensed Yu Tianai's arrival, so he had informed Han Fei. From afar, Yu Tianai saw a 9-headed serpent grass that was more than 300 feet high, blocking the road. When Yu Tianai scanned it with her senses, the 9-headed snake grass began to shrink. Soon, it turned into a humanoid youth with a 9-headed snake whip. Halt, intruder! Han Fei wasn't worried that Yu Tianai would see through him. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of her. Besides, it was the old turtle who helped him disguise himself. With the power of an emperor, it was easy for him to confuse a half-monarch. Yu Tianai narrowed her eyes and said, "Half-king? I didn't know that there was a half-king 9-headed snake grass in the Forest of Horrors. Besides, Sir 9-headed snake grass, rumor has it that you're a land demon plant, right? Humph. Don't compare me with the 9-headed snake grass. I'm a dark hydra. Are you Yu Tianai? Why are you here?" The snail soul just left. Yu Tianai asked, "Did you talk to the snail soul?" Han Fei sneered. "I don't know the snail soul. However, I've been ordered to oversee this place. I won't see anyone from Black Blood City." Yu Tianai sneered. "Do you think you can represent the Forest of Horrors?" On Han Fei's head, 9 snakes stuck out their tongues. "Why? Is there a problem?" Yu Tianai sneered. "I haven't seen you, so I don't want to talk to you. You can find Ziliuo or Qianlong." "Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can see anyone you want? Do you think I'm the king of Diablo? Yu Tianai, I'm giving you a way out. Isn't it enough that you lost in the Life and Death Gorge and the Immortal City? Now you want to challenge the Forest of Horrors?" 3rd update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1603. Han Fei would like to challenge a half-king again. This would help him realize his current strength. However, Yu Tianai didn't want to fight with Han Fei. They were both half-kings. Han Fei had left the range of the Forest of Horrors and blocked the way. However, this also made Yu Tianai realize the attitude of the Forest of Horrors more clearly. Yu Tianai felt that the fake king of the Forest of Horrors must have transferred the experts who were familiar with the Black Blood City away. They even arranged for a half-king expert who had never shown up in Black Blood City to come out. However, this made Yu Tianai even more certain that something must have happened in the Forest of Horrors. Moreover, they had made such a big noise that they refused to meet with Black Blood City. This was not a good sign. As Han Fei said, Black Blood City didn't gain any advantage in the Life and Death Gorge and the Immortal City. Nearly 100 venerables had died. Under such circumstances, they couldn't afford to offend the Forest of Horrors. Yu Tianai smiled faintly. "Since your Excellency Darkness has made it so clear, it would be rude of me to ask again. However, I still have to say that Black Blood City is much more powerful than you think." Seeing that Yu Tianai didn't want to fight, Han Fei didn't provoke Yu Tianai and insisted on fighting with him. That would be too deliberate. He didn't know what secrets the Forest of Horrors had. However, he was sure that he had aggravated the stalemate between them and Black Blood City. Seeing Yu Tianai leave without hesitation, Han Fei asked, "Did he really leave?" The old turtle said yes. Han Fei curled his lips, but he didn't leave in a hurry. Han Fei took out the 9-palace ruler of fortune and calculated his fortune. He saw a Tailat, This meant that there should be no special accidents today. Han Fei didn't plan to kill for a while. Therefore, this infiltration was just a simple one. His purpose was to find the other Tai Chi eye of the heaven and earth natural array. Then he would take the dragon's head, swallow the dragon's soul, and become a mid-level venerable. That was the most important thing. Half a day later, when Han Fei saw the seaweed wall, he narrowed his eyes. The seaweed wall here was much larger than the one in the level 3 fishery. Most notably, the level 3 fishery had seaweed walls instead of seaweed. The difference of a single word was like the difference between heaven and earth. The main plants in the seaweed city wall were all kinds of seaweed. Within the wall of seaweed, the main plant was seaweed, followed by seaweed. At a glance, Han Fei found that the seaweeds here were made of dozens of different types of seaweeds intertwined. This seaweed wall was at least 1,000,000 kilometers wide. Above the seaweed wall was the sea-born prairie. Similarly, the sea grassland here was much more terrifying than the one in the level 3 fishery. In the level 3 fishery, it was a place full of poisonous barriers like a reed marsh. On the other hand, there were all kinds of mouths on the sea-born prairie. Some were like straws, some were like man-eating flowers, and some had furry tentacles. In the sky above the sea-born prairie, small swirls of spiritual energy were rising one after another. Han Fei exclaimed, "Old Yuan, these seaweeds are really edible." According to this method, these seaweeds will leak much more energy than that so-called void storm in Black Blood City. The old turtle was confused. It can't be that simple. With such a vast sea region, how many experts would be created if they followed this method of absorption? Go in and have a try. Before, Han Fei could only cross the seaweed wall by going underground or by force. However, it was obviously inappropriate for low-level cultivators to enter this place. Here, even the plain-looking seaweeds were not low-level creatures. Name venomous tooth seaweed introduction, a mutated seaweed that has been contaminated by impure energy for a long time. The venomous tooth seaweed is self-aware and has a brain. It can release poisons according to the abnormal movement of the water and unleash its fangs, causing a range of poisonous barriers to stimulate and alert other seaweeds of intruders. Level 68 quality, rare, mutated, spiritual energy greater than 9,883 points effect, inedible, collectible, venomous tooth, absorbable. Han Fei glanced at the seaweeds and found that the entangled dozen or so seaweeds were basically of the same level as the venomous tooth seaweed. Some released poison, some paralyzed the nerves, some created illusions, some corroded the soul, and some parasitized them. In short, there were all kinds of them. Among them, there was an explosive seaweed. Its algae leaves were like curled-up little hammers. Once it discovered an enemy, it would immediately explode, and its strength was not weak either. The stronger ones could reach the power of an explorer, and these were the demonic plants that Han Fei saw with the naked eye at the outermost edge. Once he entered it, there would be countless creatures like the divine seaweed octopus. After all, it was easy to hide a few kinds of aquatic animals in such a terrifying seaweed wall. Of course, no matter what, it couldn't stop Han Fei now. After all, under the Gemini divine technique, Han Fei was like mist and water, and he was a mass of pure darkness. As long as he didn't make any noise, even if he stuck close to the seaweeds, they wouldn't find him. Han Fei soon discovered why there were so many suckers on the surface of the sea. It was because there were also void cracks in the seaweed wall. Once a void crack appeared, a large area of seaweeds would be shredded. And in order to make new seaweeds grow, a lot of spiritual energy was needed. 3 days later, in order not to make the slightest noise, Han Fei sneaked in the seaweed wall for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, Han Fei could enter Forge the universe to rest. Otherwise, even with the Gemini divine technique, it would be difficult for Han Fei to cross the dense seaweed obstacle so perfectly. In the seaweed wall, although the old turtle sensed the existence of a powerful creature, it was not on Han Fei's route. Therefore, Han Fei didn't pay any attention to it. However, at this moment, when Han Fei was about to leave the seaweed wall, he encountered a venerable realm creature guarding it. Han Fei took a deep breath. The seaweed wall covered such a large sea area. Why did he encounter a venerable realm creature? Perhaps for plants, nothing was impossible. After all, Han Fei had been with the water fairy for a long time and knew that the various life characteristics of demonic plants were very unique. At this moment, the weird demonic plant that Han Fei saw was called Void Vine. This demonic plant, only part of it was exposed in the seaweed wall, and most of it was in the void. It looked extremely weird to the naked eye, like a vine that was cut off from nowhere. At least, for ordinary cultivators, they didn't know the concept of the void, so they must think that this thing was broken in half. Maybe they even thought that it was their chance when it was dying. Fortunately, Han Fei could still read its information. Name Void Vine Introduction. This is a vine that grows in the void cracks. It is born to control the great way of the void and can freely grow in reality and in the void. It is good at the art of void exchange and the Tao of void loss. It is good at spatial rifts and void piercing. Because of its mutation, its vines contain highly toxic, level 84, quality, legendary, variant, great wave, unreadable effect, inedible, collectible, void liquid, unabsorbable. As soon as Han Fei read this information, he heard the old turtle say, "This is a void vine, a rather rare demonic plant that can use part of the great way of space. This kind of creature doesn't have a body shape. Maybe one of its tentacles grows here, and the other grows thousands of kilometers away. It can even cross tens of thousands of kilometers. Because of this, the void vine is very difficult to hunt. If you can kill this kind of thing, you'd better kill it as soon as possible. Once this thing grows up, it will be a headache." Han Fei said helplessly, "How to kill it?" "You said that its body can cross tens of thousands of kilometers. No matter how fast I am, I can't cross tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant." The old turtle sneered. "Yes." "Huh." The old turtle said, "I'll teach you later. Anyway, you can't kill it now, so it's useless to learn it. Slow down a bit. The void vine is extremely sensitive to spatial changes. This thing might even be able to sense your body of darkness." Han Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Fine. You can hide it all you want, but I'm going to take it anyway. If I can't cross tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant in the future, let's have a chat." The body of the black fog quietly passed through the void vine. Just when Han Fei was about to cross it, a large section of the void vine's tentacles suddenly drilled out. Han Fei immediately dispersed and turned into tiny particles of invisible dust. Han Fei's speed changed from the fast speed just now to that of a mayfly, floating in the seawater very slowly. Han Fei was very suspicious. Did this thing notice me? After half an hour, the void vine finally retracted its vines, and Han Fei was hundreds of kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! A mid-level, venerable realm demonic plant actually almost discovered my existence? The old turtle said, "Demon plants observe the world in a different way from other creatures. The so-called 5 senses of human beings, as well as some senses that you humans can't feel at all, may be perceived by demon plants." Han Fei said, "I think you'd better pray that I'm lucky at this time." Crossing the seaweed wall, Han Fei saw a gloomy, weird, dark green world. Han Fei saw a kind of weird demon plant, like the twisted jungle on the Scattered Stars Island. These demon plants covered all the places in front of him, forming a forest. The dense, palm-sized, dark green leaves would occasionally fall. Then one leaf would break into dozens of pieces. Han Fei felt that it would be more beautiful if they turned into peach petals. It seemed that there were not many mobile demon plants in this forest of horrors. After all, demon plants were different from humans. They were plants, just like the dark green trees that Han Fei saw. Each of them was an explorer, and each of them could be regarded as a treasure. At this moment, Han Fei was swimming in the middle of this forest. Suddenly, the seawater trembled. Han Fei didn't feel anything and directly asked the old turtle, "Old Yuan, what's wrong?" The old turtle said, "Energy, BM." In the next moment, a tide of energy directly sent Han Fei flying. "Shoot, there's a lot of energy, but it's extremely messy. I even feel the air of death. What's this?" The old turtle said, "Someone is coming." Han Fei frowned and immediately stopped asking questions. However, after a few minutes, Han Fei saw a giant tree above his head. However, to Han Fei's shock, that thing didn't seem to be a tree, but more like a big octopus with a bark appearance. Han Fei could even see the suckers clearly. This giant tree was no more than 500 meters tall, and its vines, or tentacles, were 3,000 meters long and 10,000 meters long. Wow, it's so big! Han Fei took a closer look, and information popped up in his eyes. Name Dragon Octopus Tree. Introduction: a mutated dragon octopus tree with a trace of dragon bloodline. Because of the impure energy it absorbs all year round. Its life state is between half alive and half dead. This state can prolong its life. The dragon octopus tree is good at dragon stings, and its suckers have many sharp teeth. It can strangle experts who are several times stronger than itself. Level 86, quality, legendary, mutated, path, unreadable, effect, inedible, collectible, dragon octopus, with unabsorbable, Han Fei said in surprise. Another one. Huh. He seems to be in a hurry. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter.